Chapter 202. Tang Jianan cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing after he finished speaking. Master, I think that third junior brother's actions are inappropriate. He has disappointed the other senior brothers. Sun Xinjing nodded subconsciously after he heard Tang Jianan's words. Tang Jianan's words were exactly what he was worried about. Even if the blueprint was found, the disciples would be dissatisfied with him. This was something he did not want to see. Sun Xinjing thought for a while, then turned to Zhong Leji and asked, "You heard what Tang Jianan said. Do you have any other thoughts?" Zhong Leji shook his head. Master, since second senior brother said it well, he must have a way to solve this problem. Why don't we listen to second senior brother's idea? Tang Jianan's expression changed drastically after he heard Zhong Leji's answer. What could he do? His only thought was to drag Zhong Leji into this matter as soon as possible. Then, everything would be fine. As for whether or not the blueprint could be found, it had nothing to do with Tang Jianan. So what if they found it? He, Tang Jianan, would not benefit at all. Why would he do something that did not benefit him? At this moment, Tang Jianan's heart skipped a beat after he heard Zhong Leji's words. He just remembered that if he spouted nonsense, he would be implicated. Thinking of this, Tang Jianan felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly turned his head and looked at Liu Huarong beside him, hoping that he could say something quickly to solve this crisis. Liu Huarong saw that Tang Jianan kept giving him signals with his eyes and did not dare to delay. After all, if Tang Jianan collapsed, it would not benefit him at all. Thinking of this, Liu Huarong quickly took a step forward and cupped his fists at his master before speaking loudly. Master, since third senior brother begged you to gather everyone here, he must have a way. Why don't we ask third senior brother to share his idea? Sun Xinjing nodded after he heard Liu Huarong's words. Liu Huarong's words made sense. Since Zhong Leji dared to summon everyone, it meant that he definitely had a way to solve this problem. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing turned to look at Zhong Leji and said slowly, "You don't have to be humble. There are no outsiders here. If you have anything to say, just say it and we can discuss it." After Zhong Leji heard his master's words, he shook his head. Master, my method is the same as just now. Investigate everyone one by one and find out the person who might have stolen the blueprint. Then, we can screen out the person who actually stole the blueprint. Sun Xinjing frowned again after hearing Zhong Leji's answer. If there was any other way, he really didn't want to use this method. If they used Zhong Leji's method, all the disciples in the hall would definitely be dissatisfied. That wasn't something Zhong Leji wanted to see. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing looked at Zhong Leji and asked again, "Is there no other way?" When Zhong Leji heard this, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. No. After Sun Xinjing heard Zhong Leji's answer, he turned his head in disappointment. He turned his gaze to Tang Jianan and asked, "Do you have any good ideas?" After Tang Jianan heard his master's words, he quickly replied, "There's nothing we can do about it." After hearing Tang Jianan's answer, Sun Xinjing was even more disappointed. He turned his gaze to Bai Jianmu and asked, "What about you? Do you have any good ideas?" When Bai Jianmu heard this, he also shook his head. "Master, I don't have any good ideas either." After hearing Bai Jianmu's answer, Sun Xinjing was even more disappointed. He turned his gaze to Liu Huarong and asked, "What about you? Do you have any good ideas to find the person who stole the blueprint?" When Liu Huarong heard this, he was about to speak. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat and he quickly replied loudly, "Master, I'm slow-witted. I still don't understand. The person who stole the blueprint is clearly locked up in the Repentance Pavilion. Why do we still have to look for the person who stole the blueprint? Master, I really can't remember what the reason is." As soon as Liu Huarong finished saying these words, everyone suddenly had a feeling of realization. Bai Jianmu secretly praised Liu Huarong in his heart for thinking so quickly. Why had they been arguing here for so long? At this moment, Bai Jianmu really didn't have any ideas about the blueprint. His thoughts were similar to Tang Jianan's. As long as they defeated Yi Xian and Zhong Leji, the blueprint wasn't important. However, after arguing for so long, they had forgotten what they were arguing about. Zhong Leji's question was their best opportunity. If they pointed out that Yi Xian was the person who stole the blueprint, their master would definitely believe that Yi Xian was the person who stole the blueprint. When Bai Zhenmu thought of this, he secretly regretted not thinking of this when his master asked him earlier. However, since he had thought of it earlier, wouldn't he be able to say his thoughts immediately and prove Yi Xian's crime of stealing the blueprint? However, although Bai Zhenmu didn't say it earlier, the effect of Liu Huarong saying it now wasn't bad. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu looked up at his master. Indeed, he saw Sun Xinjing frowning and thinking with his head lowered. Although he didn't show anything on the surface and could only see Sun Xinjing's distress, his expression showed that he was also hesitating. Bai Zhenmu's guess was right. Sun Xinjing was indeed hesitating. Just now, no one had mentioned Yi Xian and the Repentance Pavilion for a while, so he had forgotten about it because he was nervous. Now that Liu Huarong brought it up again, it reminded him of Yi Xian. Everything had returned to its original point. No one could say for sure whether Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprint or not. No one had concrete evidence to prove whether Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprint or not. Everything was just everyone's guess. Although everyone was suspicious about the stolen blueprints, Yi Xian was the most suspicious. This was because he was the only one who knew the location where Sun Xinjing kept the blueprints. This was the key evidence, and also the reason why everyone suspected him. However, no one was sure whether Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprint or not. Everyone knew what Zhong Lezhi had said just now. Yi Xian had no motive to steal the blueprint because if there were no accidents, he would soon become the next leader of the South County branch. At that time, the blueprint would naturally belong to him. Under such circumstances, as long as Yi Xian wasn't a fool, he would definitely not steal the blueprint. Not only would he not steal the blueprint, but Yi Xian should also protect the blueprint from being stolen. However, the blueprint was lost, and the only person who knew where the blueprint was placed was Yi Xian. No one could refute this key evidence, not even Yi Xian himself. Chapter 203. It was a fact that Yi Xian knew the location where the blueprints were kept, and it was also proof that he had the blueprints. But could it really be used as proof? Although everyone had their suspicions, no one dared to say it out loud. Because if Yi Xian was not the one who stole the blueprints, it meant that someone else knew the location where the blueprints were kept. What did that mean? It meant that everyone was a suspect. Everyone was a suspect. Even 7th junior Mai Guangji, who was the latest to join, and 8th junior sister Li Shuiyang were suspects. This was something that no one was willing to accept. Therefore, the best conclusion was that Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprints. But was Yi Xian really the one who stole the blueprints? No one was willing to think about this question. They buried it in their hearts and were unwilling to bring it up again. After hearing Liu Huarong's words, Sun Xinjing remained calm on the surface and only frowned. But in his heart, huge waves were surging, making him feel dizzy. Sun Xinjing did not know whether Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprints. According to his initial plan, as long as he locked Yi Xian in the Repentance Pavilion, he would spill everything he knew in no time. If he was really the one who stole the blueprints, today was already the 4th day. Yi Xian should not be able to hold it in anymore. Logically speaking, Yi Xian should have taken out the blueprints long ago. But until today, no one had reported that Yi Xian was going to take them out. Outside the Repentance Pavilion, Sun Xinjing had already gotten people to wait there day and night. As long as Yi Xian made a move, these people would immediately come to report. But no one came to report. Nothing. What did this mean? It meant that Yi Xian had a strong will. Or was Yi Xian not the one who stole the blueprints? Sun Xinjing couldn't figure out which one was the real thing. Looking at the disciples in front of him, none of them looked like they had stolen the blueprints. However, after thinking about it carefully, all of them were suspicious of stealing the blueprints. Needless to say, even Sun Xinjing was ecstatic when he saw this precious blueprint. If he looked at it from another angle, even Sun Xinjing himself could not guarantee that he would not be tempted. Even he was tempted by the precious blueprints, not to mention his disciples. They would definitely be tempted as well. Under such circumstances, everyone was a suspect, and it was possible that they would steal the blueprint on impulse. However, even though he knew that this was the case, Sun Xinjing didn't want to do it when he thought about the consequences of a large-scale investigation. Because if he did that, the result would definitely be dissatisfaction. Thinking of these things, it was really a headache to talk about some serious matters. Sun Xinjing was thinking hard. The disciples in front of him were looking at him nervously. They all wanted to know what his decision was. Seeing that Sun Xinjing did not speak for a long time, Tang Zhenan, who was waiting anxiously, decided to add fuel to the fire for his master and let him make a decision early. Thinking of this, Tang Zhenan subconsciously glanced at Bai Jianmu. Recently, Bai Jianmu was also looking at him. When Bai Jianmu saw Tang Zhenan looking over, he already knew what he was thinking because he also wanted to do this. At this moment, since he understood Tang Zhenan's thoughts, he would let him do it. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu nodded slightly at Tang Zhenan, indicating that he could rest assured and do it. Seeing Bai Jianmu nod, Tang Zhenan was relieved. As long as Bai Jianmu nodded, Bai Jianmu would definitely come out to remedy any mistakes he made. He would not fall into an awkward situation again. Tang Zhenan coughed softly. Seeing that his master had noticed, he said loudly, "Master, what junior brother Liu said makes sense. The real person who stole the blueprint has already been locked up in the Regret Pavilion. Why should we waste our time and effort on these useless things?" After being interrupted by Tang Zhenan and hearing his words, Sun Xinjing, who was thinking hard, felt even more troubled. He subconsciously turned to look at Zhong Laji and asked, "What do you mean?" Liu Huarong and Tang Zhenan's words just now had already alerted Zhong Laji. He knew that Tang Zhenan and Liu Huarong wanted to make Yi Xian the real person who stole the blueprint again. Bai Jianmu and his group wanted to make Yi Xian the real person who stole the blueprint. There was no doubt about this. However, Zhong Laji did not believe that Yi Xian was the person who stole the blueprint. That was why he defended him. However, it was not because he had a good relationship with Yi Xian, but because Yi Xian knew the location of the blueprint. In Zhong Laji's opinion, it was too arbitrary to assume that Yi Xian stole the blueprint. Therefore, Zhong Laji spoke up for Yi Xian and wanted to find the real person who stole the blueprint. At this moment, after hearing his master's question, Zhong Laji hurriedly cupped his fists and replied, "Master, this disciple thinks that it is too arbitrary to assume that Yi Xian stole the blueprint just because he knew the location of the blueprint. I have already said that Yi Xian has no reason to steal the blueprint. After he stole the blueprint, it would not bring him any benefits. Therefore, this disciple thinks that the blueprint was not stolen by Yi Xian." As soon as Zhong Laji said this, Bai Jianmu sneered and said loudly, "Third senior brother, there will be benefits." Third senior brother, benefits? Isn't the current situation exactly what Yi Xian brought him after stealing the blueprint? After saying this, Bai Jianmu turned around and cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing. "Master, third senior brother always said that Yi Xian would not benefit from stealing the blueprint. However, isn't the current situation good enough for Yi Xian?" Sun Xinjing was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Bai Jianmu and said slowly, "If you have anything to say, just say it. If there's anything you want to say, just say it. Don't hide it." After getting his master's permission, Bai Jianmu continued, "What if I say that Yi Xian didn't steal the drawing for the drawing itself, but to stir up trouble among us through stealing the drawing so that he could benefit from it? Isn't this what everyone is arguing about now? If third senior brother succeeds and finds the other person who stole the blueprint, then wouldn't Yi Xian's plan succeed? His goal is to suppress us brothers. That's his true goal." Bai Jianmu suddenly turned his head to look at Zhong Laji and said with a cold smile, "If Yi Xian wants to do all this by himself, he definitely won't be able to do it. Therefore, he needs help." Bai Jianmu's eyes suddenly widened. He stared at Zhong Laji and said loudly, "Third senior brother, you are his helper. And you, third senior brother, are Yi Xian's helper. Yi Xian is locked up in the Repentance Pavilion and can't carry out his plan. In that case, the rest of the plan will be completed by you. I think all of this was discussed by the two of you back then. You knew that Yi Xian would become a suspect, so you were the one who carried out the plan from the outside." Chapter 204. Bai Jianmu sneered as he looked at Zhong Laji. "Third senior brother, I'm sure this is your true purpose for gathering everyone here. After listening to Bai Jianmu's words, Zhong Laji flew into a rage. Bai Jianmu wanted to convict him and drag him into the water without any evidence. He even said it in such a convincing manner, as if it was true. Although Zhong Laji knew that it wasn't the time to be angry, he really couldn't hold it in this state. Looking at the sneering Bai Jianmu, Zhong Laji took a few deep breaths to calm down his anger. When his mood calmed down a little, Zhong Laji pointed at Bai Jianmu and said loudly, "Don't be so arrogant, Bai Jianmu. Bai Jianmu, what evidence do you have to prove that I'm the kind of person you say I am?" Speaking of this, Zhong Laji turned to Sun Xinjing and cupped his fists. "Master, Bai Jianmu has no evidence and thinks that I'm the one who stole the blueprint. Isn't this a little too ridiculous?" After listening to Zhong Laji's words, Sun Xinjing nodded. He also wanted to know if Bai Jianmu had any evidence. If he did, then this matter was over. He could rest assured after he found the blueprint. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing turned to look at Bai Jianmu and asked slowly, "Bai Jianmu, do you have any evidence?" Hearing his master's question, Bai Jianmu hurriedly cupped his fists and replied, "Master, although I don't have any evidence, the truth is in front of us. We have to believe it." After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Zhong Laji said angrily, "Bai Jianmu, what truth? Are your words the truth?" Hearing this, Bai Jianmu shook his head and said slowly, "Third senior brother, I didn't say this. Everyone knows this possibility. I just said it. If you don't believe me, you can ask others." Speaking of this, Bai Jianmu turned to Tang Jianan and winked. When Tang Jianan saw Bai Jianmu's glance, he immediately reacted and cupped his fists. "Master, what Junior Bai said is correct. What he said earlier is something that we all know very well. It's just that we all took into consideration the face of our fellow disciples and did not dare to say it out loud. However, in our hearts, we all know very well who did this." When Sun Xinjing heard this, he was stunned. After regaining his senses, he hurriedly asked again, "Really? Does everyone really think so?" After hearing his master's question, Tang Jianan was overjoyed. He knew that some people seemed to believe his words. This was a good sign. Thinking of this, he quickly answered, "Master, it's all true. We are brothers. We know what's going on. But we don't want to say it out loud." When Sun Xinjing heard this, he was somewhat skeptical. His gaze turned to Liu Huarong, who was beside Tang Jianan, and asked, "What about you? Do you think so too?" When Liu Huarong heard his master's question, he answered, "Master, I do think so." Speaking of this, Liu Huarong's heart skipped a beat. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he continued, "Master, I do think so too. I didn't say it before because I still had a glimmer of hope in my heart. I hope that third senior brother will take the initiative to tell the truth and return the blueprint. That way, we won't be brothers in vain." At this point, Liu Huarong felt that his words weren't harsh enough, so he stopped talking and turned to Zhong Laji. He cupped his hands and said, "Third senior brother, repent and be saved. Master has taught us for so many years, and we should know how to repay his kindness. As the saying goes, a prodigal who repents is worth more than gold. I think if third senior brother returns the drawing, Master will definitely not punish you severely on account of our past relationship. As long as third senior brother sincerely admits your mistakes, we brothers will definitely not stand by and do nothing. Liu Huarong, that's enough." Before Liu Huarong could finish his long speech, he was interrupted by Zhong Laji, whose face was livid. Looking at Liu Huarong's sincere face, Zhong Laji's lungs were about to explode from anger. Zhong Laji finally understood this Liu Huarong. He was too evil. Among the three of them who unveiled the white cloak, this usually taciturn Liu Huarong was probably the worst. Not only was Liu Huarong bad, but he also had a lot of bad ideas. Every bad thing that Bai Jianmu did, Liu Huarong could make a big fuss about it. Looking at the smile on Liu Huarong's face, Zhong Laji wished he could go up and beat him into a pulp to vent his anger. However, Zhong Laji couldn't make a move because he was very clear that it would be better if he didn't make a move. If he really dared to beat up Liu Huarong, then Bai Jianmu, who was watching from the side, would definitely take advantage of this opportunity to beat him up. At that time, he would probably be crippled by Bai Jianmu before he could do anything to Liu Huarong. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji sighed in his heart. He knew very well that if he wanted to save this situation, he could only rely on his master. There was no other way. He had to make his master believe his words in order to support him. Only then could he change this situation. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji no longer paid any attention to Liu Huarong. Instead, he turned to Sun Xinjing and said loudly, "Master, your disciple didn't steal the blueprint, nor did I collaborate with Yi Xian to steal it. Everything I did was to retrieve the blueprint as soon as possible. Other than that, I have no other intentions." Speaking of this, Zhong Laji cupped his fist and bowed deeply to Sun Xinjing. "Master, please believe your disciple." Looking at Zhong Laji, who bowed to him, Sun Xinjing frowned. Bai Jianmu's words made sense, but Zhong Laji's expression didn't seem to be fake. Then, was this matter true or false? The key point was that without evidence, there was no way to confirm who was the one who stole the blueprint and whose words were true. Sun Xinjing thought for a moment and waved his hand at Zhong Laji. Then, he looked around and said loudly, "Let's go. Everyone, tell me, who stole the blueprint?" After Sun Xinjing asked this question, he sat there quietly and looked at these disciples in front of him. Unfortunately, after a long time, no one answered his question. Seeing that no one answered, Bai Jianmu stepped forward and said, "Master, your disciple believes that this matter is definitely related to Yi Xian." When Sun Xinjing heard this, he asked, "Evidence? There must be evidence to prove that Yi Xian stole it." When Bai Jianmu heard his master's words, he was taken aback at first. Then, he said, "Master, only you and Yi Xian know the location of the blueprint. Isn't that enough evidence?" At this point, Bai Jianmu paused for a moment before he continued. "Master, or are you suspicious of people like us who don't know the location of the blueprint?" Chapter 205. After listening to Bai Jianmu's words, Sun Xinjing felt a wave of sadness in his heart. The precious blueprint was lost. Other than himself, Yi Xian was the only one who knew the location of the blueprint. Under such circumstances, other than Yi Xian who could steal the blueprint, there wasn't much of a possibility for anyone else to steal the blueprint. However, did Zhong Laji's words not make sense? There was someone else who was secretly observing him, looking for the location of the blueprint. When this person found the location of the blueprint, he would immediately take action and steal the precious blueprint. Who dared to say that there wasn't such a possibility? However, all of this was just a hypothesis. There wasn't any evidence. So many days had passed and the blueprint still hadn't been found. Could it be that the blueprint that Master spent half his life researching had been lost to the outside world just like that? If this really happened, then wouldn't Master's half of his life's effort have been wasted? Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing felt a wave of sadness in his heart. Master had taught him for so many years. When it was time for him to repay him, was he going to repay him like this? Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing felt a little sour in his heart. A wave of sadness surged into his mind. He had let Master down by losing the blueprint. However, how could these disciples of his be worthy of him? Although the blueprint was expensive, the relationship between Master and disciple wasn't as valuable as the blueprint. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing sighed sadly. At this point, if the blueprint belonged to him, then he wouldn't look for it. However, it wasn't an ordinary thing. It was something that Master had spent half his life researching. Sun Xinjing understood that Master wanted to rely on this thing to make the Tianji sect the real #1 sect in the world. However, if the blueprint was lost, everything was over. There was silence in the hall. Everyone saw that Sun Xinjing didn't speak, so they didn't dare to speak. They all stared at Master, wanting to hear what decision he would make. After a long time, Sun Xinjing raised his head and looked at everyone in front of him. After a long time, he spoke slowly. "Now, no matter who it is, they have to be interrogated. We have to find the person who might be the thief and then distinguish them." Zhong Laji was overjoyed when he heard Sun Xinjing's words. The meaning behind his master's words was the same as what he had just said. He was going to start an official investigation. No matter who it was, they had to be interrogated. Hearing this news, the faces of Bai Jianmu and the others changed, and they cursed inwardly. Bai Jianmu knew that if he followed his master's words, everything would return to the starting point. According to Zhong Laji's words, he would start the investigation from eldest senior brother LV Wenkang. Just like before, Tang Jianan was asked to be the first to answer these questions. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu already knew that something was wrong, but there was nothing he could do. This was because this was an order personally given by Sun Xinjing, and no one else could change it. Unless there was some real reason or evidence to prove that someone was the one who stole the blueprint. Only then could Sun Xinjing change his mind. But where was there any evidence? If there was evidence, Bai Jianmu would have taken it out long ago. Why would he wait until now? Sun Xinjing's words made the person who was most worried, not Bai Jianmu, but Tang Jianan. Tang Jianan was very clear that if he followed his master's words, he would still face the same problem as before. Was eldest senior brother LV Wenkang suspected of stealing the blueprint? This question was Tang Jianan's nightmare. He knew very well what would happen if he answered. But even if he didn't want to answer, his master had already spoken. He had no way to resist. But if he answered, they would be completely defeated. Tang Jianan was also very clear of the consequences of failure. Thinking of this, Tang Jianan hurriedly turned his head to look at Bai Jianmu. He knew that Bai Jianmu had always been a scheming person. At this critical moment, it depended on whether he could come up with an idea or not. Tang Jianan turned his head to look at Bai Jianmu. After seeing him clearly, his heart instantly turned cold. Bai Jianmu lowered his head and had a distressed look on his face. Upon seeing this scene, cold sweat instantly appeared on Tang Jianan's forehead. If even Bai Jianmu had no idea, this matter would truly be difficult to handle. The key was that the first person to face this problem wasn't Bai Jianmu but him. Now, Bai Jianmu didn't give him any hints. This meant that the answer to this matter had to be thought of by himself. However, if he could really think of a solution, why would Tang Jianan be so worried here? Seeing that Bai Jianmu had no idea, Tang Jianan felt a little disappointed. But suddenly, his heart stirred and he hurriedly turned his head to look at Liu Huarong. This junior brother Liu had really brought him too many surprises today. He didn't expect that someone who was originally taciturn would be so powerful once he erupted. Tang Jianan, who was filled with anticipation, turned his head to look at Liu Huarong. As expected, he didn't see any panic on Liu Huarong's face. In fact, there was even a faint confidence in his eyes. Upon seeing this scene, Tang Jianan's nervous mood suddenly relaxed a lot. After Sun Xinjing said that sentence, he waited for a while. Seeing that no one answered, he asked again, "Do you guys have any ideas? If not, then do as I said just now." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned again. They glanced at each other, wanting to see what the other party meant. Seeing that no one spoke, Bai Jianmu secretly sighed. He knew that these people were unreliable. At the crucial moment, he still had to rely on himself. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to speak, Liu Huarong suddenly stepped forward and clasped his fists. "Master, I think that even if we are to investigate, we should start from the most suspicious person." Sun Xinjing, who was waiting for everyone to answer, didn't expect that the first person to speak would actually be Liu Huarong. In his impression, this disciple was honest, loyal, and taciturn. Ever since he entered the sect, he only knew how to cultivate every day and didn't participate in anything. Hence, he basically didn't speak much. However, today, it was as if he was a different person. No one spoke, but Liu Huarong beat them to it. Upon seeing this scene, Sun Xinjing couldn't help but blink, wanting to see if he had seen wrongly. After a while, Sun Xinjing waved his hand and said slowly, "Liu Huarong, what do you mean? Just say it clearly and let everyone study it." After hearing his master's answer, Liu Huarong said loudly, "Now that the blueprint is lost, I think that the most important thing for us to do now is to not waste any time. The most important thing is to find the blueprint as soon as possible." At this point, Liu Huarong paused for a while before continuing. "What I want to say is that in order to find the blueprint as soon as possible, we should start from the most suspicious person." Chapter 206. After listening to Liu Huarong's words, Bai Jianmu finally understood what Liu Huarong meant. Now, it was needless to say who was the biggest suspect. Everyone was very clear about this. The biggest suspect was, of course, Yi Xian, who knew the location of the blueprint. As long as they started investigating Yi Xian, then this matter would be much easier to handle. It didn't matter whether Yi Xian admitted to it or not. If Yi Xian admitted that he was the one who stole the blueprint, he would be directly expelled from the sect. There would be no room for a comeback. Even if Yi Xian didn't admit to it, it didn't matter. He would continue to be locked up in the Repentance Pavilion and wait for him to admit to it. In other words, the most suspicious person was Yi Xian. Then, the second most suspicious person was, of course, Zhong Laji. Others didn't know the location of the blueprint. Although Zhong Laji didn't know, it was very suspicious that his good friend Yi Xian wouldn't tell him the location of the blueprint. Therefore, Zhong Laji was the second person to be suspected. Next, the third person to be suspected at any time wasn't much of a problem. Because no matter what happened, at least Tang Jianan didn't have to answer Zhong Laji's question. If he didn't answer that question, eldest senior brother LV Wenkang wouldn't stand on Yi Xian's side. Zhong Laji's side was still weaker than his side. This was the biggest advantage. After hearing Liu Huarong's words, Tang Jianan was completely relieved. As long as he didn't have to answer Zhong Laji's question, then all the questions could be solved. Tang Jianan knew that he should also say something to make this matter work. Liu Huarong's words alone probably didn't carry enough weight. Thinking of this, Tang Jianan was about to speak when Bai Zhenmu stood up and spoke first. Master, what junior brother Liu said makes sense. In order to save time and find the blueprint as soon as possible, we should start questioning the biggest suspect. This way, we can find the blueprint in the shortest time. After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, Tang Jianan didn't dare to delay and hurriedly said, Master, if we don't hurry up and find the blueprint, the consequences will be unimaginable once it gets out. After hearing their words, Zhong Laji secretly cursed them for being shameless. So many days had passed, but they did not seem to be in a hurry to find the blueprints. However, once their interests were involved, they jumped out in the name of finding the blueprints. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji knew that he could no longer remain silent. According to what Liu Huarong said, the most suspicious people were definitely Yi Xian and himself. If they were to interrogate her and Yi Xian first, then the situation would be the same as it had been in the beginning. In the end, they might just lock Yi Xian up in the Penitence Pavilion, and everything would return to normal. Zhong Laji didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly said, Master, before we find the blueprint, I think that everyone is suspicious. As for who is the most suspicious, no one can say for sure. Therefore, I think that we should start from the beginning and investigate one by one. This time, before Sun Xinjing could answer, Bai Zhenmu already spoke first. Third senior brother, what you said is wrong. In order to save time, shouldn't we interrogate the most suspicious person first? If we do as you said and investigate one by one, how long will it take? I'm afraid that the blueprint will have already been leaked out before you can find it. At this point, Bai Zhenmu paused and sneered. Then, he looked at Zhong Laji and asked in a loud voice. Third senior brother, what you said is very suspicious. When Zhong Laji heard Bai Zhenmu's words, he said angrily, Bai Zhenmu, what is suspicious about what I said? Can you explain it clearly? Bai Zhenmu sneered, Third senior brother, are you planning to take advantage of the time when we're investigating others to send the drawings out? As soon as he said that, Zhong Laji was so angry that he almost jumped up. Bai Zhenmu's words were already very obvious. The blueprints were stolen by Zhong Laji. The purpose of checking them one by one was just that Zhong Laji wanted to take advantage of this period of time to send out the stolen blueprints. Zhong Laji stretched out a trembling hand and pointed it at Bai Zhenmu. He rebuked angrily, Bai Zhenmu, this is a serious matter. Why are you spouting nonsense and framing senior brother? What are your intentions? Are you saying that you stole the blueprint and that's why you're framing me? After hearing Zhong Laji's words, Bai Zhenmu sneered. Third senior brother, you said that I stole the blueprint. How am I supposed to steal it? I don't even know where the blueprint is kept. How am I supposed to steal it? On the other hand, third senior brother, with Yi Xian's help, it's easy for you to steal the blueprint. Tell me, between the two of us, who's the more suspicious one? Zhong Leji said angrily, why would Yi Xian help me steal the blueprint? What reason does he have to do that? Junior brother Bai, on the other hand, if you stole the blueprint and framed Yi Xian, then you're trying to drag me down with you. If your plan succeeds, you'll be able to take the helm effortlessly. Bai Zhenmu, did I say anything wrong? Only you will be able to obtain the greatest benefits after stealing that blueprint. Bai Zhenmu, the truth is right in front of you. What else do you have to say? After hearing Zhong Laji's words, Bai Zhenmu clapped his hands. He looked at Zhong Laji and sneered. Third senior brother, what you said is wrong. If I stole the blueprint and framed Yi Xian, I could become the leader. At this point, Bai Zhenmu suddenly stopped smiling and shouted sternly, Third senior brother, don't you have the same goal? You stole the blueprint and then wanted to frame me. In the end, do you think the benefits you get are smaller than mine? Third senior brother, don't forget that I don't know where Master put the blueprint, but you can find out through Yi Xian. Tell me, between the two of us, who's the bigger suspect? After Zhong Laji heard Bai Zhenmu's words, he felt relieved. He asked, Bai Zhenmu, since you know that even if I steal the blueprint, I won't be able to become a branch leader, then why would I steal it? Since I can't become a branch leader, why would I take such a big risk? At this point, Zhong Laji sneered again and continued. Bai Zhenmu, you're different from me. As long as you steal the blueprint, you'll be able to become a branch leader after a simple operation. In this case, tell me, who's more suspicious between the two of us? Bai Zhenmu laughed out loud when he heard that. Third senior brother, I've already said that I don't know where Master placed the blueprints. Why don't you tell me how I'm going to steal the blueprints? You even said that it's a simple operation. How am I supposed to operate during this time? When I found out that the blueprint was missing, everything was up to Master. No one else could say anything. How am I supposed to operate then? Chapter 207. Bai Zhenmu looked at Zhong Laji and sneered. Third senior brother, why don't you tell me how I should handle this matter? After Zhong Laji heard Bai Zhenmu's words, he carefully recalled the situation back then and realized that everything seemed to have been decided by his master. After discovering that the blueprint had been stolen, his master had gathered everyone. After a series of discussions, his master had resolutely locked Yi Xian up in the Repentance Pavilion. Things were that simple. His master had been the one giving the orders throughout the entire process. The others had only given some suggestions. Suggestions. Zhong Leji's eyes suddenly lit up when he thought of suggestions. Although Bai Zhenmu didn't directly accuse Yi Xian of being the one who stole the blueprint, his every suggestion to his master was secretly pointing the finger at Yi Xian. Zhong Leji raised his head to look at Bai Zhenmu and sneered. Bai Zhenmu, although you didn't directly say that Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprint, your every word was hinting that Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprint. What difference is there between your actions and directly saying that Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprint? Bai Zhenmu's expression changed slightly when he heard Zhong Laji's words, but he quickly returned to normal. After Bai Zhenmu calmed down, he raised his head and looked at Zhong Laji. He sneered and said, Third senior brother, what you said is wrong. Such a big thing has happened to the sect. How can we, as disciples, not care about this matter? We can only tell our master what we know and let him make a decision. We didn't deliberately target anyone. Is that wrong? Zhong Laji shook his head after hearing Bai Zhenmu's words. Bai Zhenmu, you're right. With such a big thing happening in the sect, we should do our best to help our master find the blueprint. We should also tell him what we know. However, Bai Zhenmu, think about it carefully. Every word you said hinted that Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprint. What you did was clearly hinting to our master that Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprint. After listening to Zhong Laji's words, Bai Zhenmu didn't get angry. He just clapped his hands towards Zhong Laji and laughed. Third senior brother, I only had a little doubt about you at first, but now, I'm more and more suspicious of you. That day, when the master called everyone over, everyone said the same thing. Because Yi Xian was indeed the only one who knew the location of the master's drawing. How could they not suspect such a suspicious person, but suspect a person who did not know the location of the master's drawing instead? Third senior brother, it's a little too obvious that you're speaking up for Yi Xian. I can't help but suspect that you're in cahoots with Yi Xian to steal the blueprint and then trying to frame me for it. Bai Jianmu snorted coldly at this point. His gaze turned sharp as he looked at Zhong Laji. Third senior brother, you've got a good idea. By doing this, not only did you get the blueprint, but you also got rid of all of us who were in the way. You're really killing two birds with one stone. After Sun Xinjing heard Zhong Laji's words, his eyes lit up. He recalled the first time he gathered all the disciples. At that time, after he announced that the blueprint was stolen, he carefully observed the expressions of all the disciples, trying to find the person who stole the blueprint. Sun Xinjing thought that no matter who stole the blueprint, their expressions would definitely be different after being exposed. However, Sun Xinjing was disappointed. No, he didn't find anything. Everyone's expression was dumbfounded. None of them had a guilty conscience. Sun Xinjing didn't find anything. He had no choice but to tell the disciples about it and let them analyze it. In the end, they concluded that Yi Xian was the person who stole the blueprint. This was because there was only one person who knew where the blueprint was placed, and that was Yi Xian. The others didn't know where the blueprint was placed. Naturally, they weren't suspicious. Sun Xinjing remembered very clearly that when everyone identified Yi Xian as the person who stole the blueprint, Yi Xian tried his best to deny it. He even swore an oath to prove that he wasn't the person who stole the blueprint. However, all of this was useless because no one knew where the blueprint was placed. Even if they wanted to steal it, they couldn't do it. Although Sun Xinjing didn't believe that Yi Xian was the person who stole the blueprint and suspected that someone was secretly investigating the location of the blueprint, all the disciples pointed out that Yi Xian was the person who stole the blueprint. This made him suspect Yi Xian. It was also because of this reason that Sun Xinjing locked Yi Xian in the Repentance Pavilion. Sun Xinjing, you remember very clearly that Zhong Laji didn't say much at that time. He only said a few words because he wanted to prove that Yi Xian wasn't the person who stole the blueprint. Sun Xinjing was also very clear about what Bai Jianmu was doing at that time. Bai Jianmu never said that Yi Xian was the person who stole the blueprint. Every word he said was to ask for everyone's opinion. Then, he followed everyone's opinion and expressed what he wanted to say. It could be said that Bai Jianmu didn't have his own opinion at that time, nor did he have his own suggestions. All of his suggestions were based on what everyone said and summed up. However, everyone's conclusion was that Yi Xian was the person who stole the blueprint. When Zhong Laji looked for Sun Xinjing and expressed his opinion, Sun Xinjing agreed without hesitation. This was because even though all the disciples pointed out that Yi Xian was the person who stole the blueprint, Sun Xinjing still had some doubts in his heart. That was why Sun Xinjing agreed without hesitation. But now, things had turned out like this. Bai Jianmu and Zhong Laji were at each other's throats. Neither of them was willing to back down. Bai Jianmu was certain that Yi Xian was the person who stole the blueprint. He even suspected that Zhong Laji was also in contact with Yi Xian. That was why he tried so hard to defend Yi Xian. Zhong Laji's thoughts were completely different from Bai Jianmu's. He still believed that Yi Xian had no reason to steal the blueprint. Naturally, he wouldn't steal it. Now, in the midst of everyone's debate, these two suggestions were the main ones. So, whose words were to be trusted? Sun Xinjing carefully thought about the meaning of the two people's words. He felt that both of them made a lot of sense. Bai Jianmu's claim that Yi Xian was the person who stole the blueprint was reasonable. Because Yi Xian knew the location where the blueprint was kept, he would steal it if he had the chance. Even though Yi Xian would be the next branch master if there were no accidents, Bai Jianmu also gave an answer to this question. Yi Xian could use the opportunity of stealing the blueprint to eliminate his opponents. Even though he had the highest chance of becoming the branch master, nothing was certain. Who could guarantee that there wouldn't be any changes? Therefore, only by eliminating all of his opponents would he have a 100% chance of becoming the branch master. Chapter 208. Bai Jianmu's words made sense. Not only did he think that Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprint, but he also thought that Zhong Laji and Yi Xian were accomplices. The reason was that if Yi Xian stole the blueprint, he would definitely be suspected because he was the only one who knew the location of the blueprint. Moreover, Yi Xian had also guessed that he would be locked up in the Repentance Pavilion because of this matter. In that case, he could not complete this plan alone. Therefore, he had to find a helper. No matter who it was, if he wanted to find a helper, he would definitely look for his best friend. Zhong Laji was Yi Xian's best friend. Everyone in the South County branch knew this. Once Yi Xian was locked up in the Repentance Pavilion because of this matter, then the rest of the matter would be completed by Zhong Laji. This also explained why Zhong Laji still tried his best to speak up for Yi Xian even though he was so suspicious. He even did not hesitate to turn against his fellow disciples to speak up for Yi Xian. This possibility was not impossible. Not only that, but it was also quite likely. Zhong Laji accused Bai Zhenmu of stealing the blueprint, and his reason was very good. Bai Zhenmu's attainments in the art of mechanisms were very high. Although everyone ranked him a little lower than Yi Xian in their hearts, no one knew his true strength. However, Sun Xinjing knew very well that Bai Zhenmu was very talented. Although he entered the sect a few years later than Yi Xian, his attainments in the art of mechanisms were almost the same as Yi Xian's. Under such circumstances, if Bai Zhenmu stole the blueprint and used this as an excuse to frame Yi Xian, as long as Yi Xian was locked up, Bai Zhenmu might become the leader. This was definitely true. Although Zhong Laji's attainments in the art of mechanisms were not bad, he was still far inferior to Yi Xian and Bai Zhenmu. However, other than Yi Xian and Bai Zhenmu, Zhong Laji's engineering skills could be considered the third best. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing still couldn't make up his mind. Who was the one who stole the blueprint? Everyone's words made sense, making it difficult for him to make a decision. There was a possibility that Yi Xian would steal the blueprint and use it to get rid of his opponent. It was the same for Bai Zhenmu. He could steal the blueprint and eliminate his greatest enemy. These two possibilities made Sun Xinjing hesitate for a moment. He did not know who the real thief was. Just as Sun Xinjing was deep in thought, he heard Zhong Laji shouting at Bai Zhenmu. Bai Zhenmu, I've already made it very clear. This matter has nothing to do with me. Stop spouting nonsense. Bai Zhenmu sneered. Third senior brother, why don't you tell me? You and Yi Xian are good friends. If he didn't tell you the location of the blueprint, would he tell me? Haha, this is really funny. After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, Zhong Laji suppressed his anger and said, Bai Zhenmu, if you were Yi Xian, would you tell me the location of the blueprint? Don't forget, once Yi Xian becomes the branch leader, that secret room will be his personal secret room. If it were you, would you tell such a secret to your good friend? After hearing Zhong Laji's words, Bai Zhenmu was stunned. After a moment, he reacted and secretly cursed himself for being careless. No matter how good Zhong Laji's relationship with Yi Xian was, Yi Xian might not necessarily tell Zhong Laji about such a secret. Zhong Laji was right about this. If he were Yi Xian, he definitely wouldn't tell anyone either. This was because only the branch leader knew about that secret room. If Yi Xian became the branch leader, that secret room would become his personal secret. However, if Yi Xian told Zhong Laji about that secret room, then even if Yi Xian became the branch leader, what would he do to Zhong Laji? This was because Zhong Laji also knew about that secret room. At that time, what would Yi Xian do? Would he still keep the good stuff in that secret room? But doing so would be too dangerous. Or should he build another secret room? But if he did that, wouldn't it be too obvious? This would prove that the loss of the blueprint back then was definitely related to him. Even if Yi Xian became the branch leader, don't forget that he wasn't the boss of the Tianji sect. There was still the boss of the Tianji sect, Fang Tianji, who was in charge of everyone. Once this matter was discovered by others and reached Fang Tianji's ears, it would definitely be very unlucky. Therefore, for the sake of safety, Bai Zhenmu was certain that Yi Xian wouldn't tell anyone about the location of the secret room. Zhong Laji asked loudly as he looked at Bai Zhenmu, who was standing there with his head lowered. Bai Zhenmu, what else do you have to say? I've already told you that Yi Xian would never tell me the location of the secret room. How could we be partners? The reason why I spoke up for Yi Xian is because I think that just because Yi Xian knows the location of the blueprint, it's too unfair to assume that the blueprint was stolen. Other than that, I don't have any other thoughts. After hearing Zhong Laji's words, Bai Jianmu was speechless for a moment. Just as Bai Jianmu was having a headache, Tang Jianan suddenly spoke up from the side. Third junior brother, even if Yi Xian didn't tell you the location of the blueprint, you could still be his partner. Zhong Laji was stunned when he heard this. He hadn't expected Tang Jianan, who had always been quiet, to suddenly criticize him. Zhong Laji was furious. He turned around abruptly and looked at Tang Jianan beside him. He said angrily, "Second senior brother, I didn't know where to put the blueprint today. How did I become Yi Xian's accomplice?" Tang Jianan waved his hand when he heard Zhong Laji's words. He sneered and said, "Third junior brother, even if you didn't know the location of the blueprint, you could still be Yi Xian's partner." Speaking of this, Tang Jianan's tone paused before he continued. "That's because you don't need to know the location of the blueprint. Yi Xian can steal the blueprint alone. You just need to stay outside and finish what he needs to do. That's all." When Zhong Laji heard Tang Jianan's words, he couldn't help but laugh. He pointed at Tang Jianan and said with a cold smile, "Second senior brother, why don't you tell me what benefits I'll get if I become Yi Xian's accomplice? If Yi Xian can become the branch leader through this matter, then why should I help him? What does the success of this matter have to do with me? What reason do I have to help him? Second senior brother, why don't you tell me why I'm doing this?" After Tang Jianan heard Zhong Laji's answer, he suddenly sighed and nodded. Then, he slowly said, "Third junior brother, to put it bluntly, no matter what happens, you won't have the chance to become a branch leader." Zhong Laji sneered when he heard Tang Jianan's words. "Second senior brother, since you already know that, why are you still doubting me?" Chapter 209. Hearing Zhong Laji's question, Tang Jianan sighed again. "Third junior brother, I think you know this very well. No matter what you do, the position of branch leader will not fall into your hands. Therefore, your real goal is not the position of branch leader, but that blueprint." Speaking up to this point, Tang Jianan paused for a moment before continuing. "After this matter succeeds, Yi Xian will be able to become the branch leader as he wishes, and you will be able to obtain that blueprint. I think this is the reason why you two are working together." After hearing Tang Jianan's words, Zhong Laji immediately flew into a rage. He pointed at Tang Jianan and said angrily, "Second senior brother, don't talk nonsense. How could I have such thoughts? The matter of the blueprint is naturally decided by Master. As his disciples, we naturally have to listen to him. Second senior brother, you shouldn't have said that." Hearing Zhong Laji's words, Tang Jianan sighed and said slowly, "Third junior brother, I don't want to think this way, but the facts are right in front of me. I have no choice but to think this way." Hearing this, Zhong Laji said angrily, "What facts? What can prove that I am in cahoots with Yi Xian?" This time, without waiting for Tang Jianan to speak, Bai Jianmu spoke first. "Third senior brother, isn't the evidence now obvious enough? Yi Xian stole the blueprint. He knows that he will be locked up in the Repentance Pavilion, so he has to find someone to do things for him outside. And that person is you, third senior brother." Looking at Bai Jianmu's smug smile, Zhong Laji took a few deep breaths to calm his agitated mood and calm himself down a little. Zhong Laji knew that he couldn't go along with Bai Jianmu and Tang Jianan's words anymore. If he continued, he would definitely fall into their trap. If he wanted to change this situation, he had to find another way. Thinking up to this point, Zhong Laji suddenly turned his head to Sun Xinjing and cupped his fists. He said loudly, "Master, time is of the essence now. This disciple thinks that it is better to investigate this matter clearly. The longer we delay, the greater the possibility of that blueprint being leaked out. Therefore, Master, please give the order to investigate this matter immediately." After Bai Jianmu heard Zhong Laji's words, he secretly scolded Zhong Laji for being so cunning. If his master agreed to his request, wouldn't that mean that everything would go back to square one? Tang Jianan would have to answer his eldest senior brother, LV Wenkang, whether or not he had the intention to steal the blueprint. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu hurriedly cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing and said loudly, "Master, I think that it is precisely because of the urgency of time that we have to investigate the most suspicious people first. This way, we can find the blueprint in the shortest time possible." Seeing that Bai Jianmu had spoken, Tang Jianan didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his fists. Master, the matter of the blueprint is of great importance, so we must hurry up and not delay. When Liu Huarong saw that Bai Jianmu and Tang Jianan had already spoken, it wouldn't be good if he didn't say anything. He could only take a step forward, clasped his fist at Sun Xinjing, and said loudly, Master, I believe that if we want to save time, we must choose the right method. Investigating the most suspicious people first should be the most time-saving method. I hope that Master will agree. Seeing that his three opponents had already spoken, Zhong Leji hurriedly added, Master, saving time isn't for the sake of random investigations. In my opinion, investigating this case should be like practicing the art of mechanisms. You have to do it step by step to do the right thing. Therefore, this disciple believes that it is better to investigate one by one in order to be fair and accurate. Only after investigating everyone can we determine who is the most suspicious person. If we just make wild guesses, it will definitely not be accurate. Therefore, we must investigate once before we can truly know the truth. After hearing Zhong Laji's words, Bai Jianmu was a little anxious. Even Bai Jianmu felt that Zhong Laji's words made sense. To do something, one must start from the beginning. On the surface, it seemed to take a lot of time. However, if one started from the middle, it would definitely make things more chaotic. Not only that, it would waste even more time. Since what he heard made sense, Bai Jianmu knew that only by saying something more reasonable could he overshadow Zhong Laji's reasoning. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu couldn't help but frown. After a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly clasped his fist at Sun Xinjing again and said loudly, Master, after the blueprint was stolen, Yi Xian was locked up in the Repentance Pavilion. I think that if he stole the blueprint, we should be able to find it in his residence. Sun Xinjing listened to Bai Jianmu's words, but shook his head and said slowly, No need. I've already sent people to search, and they didn't find anything. After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Leji was overjoyed. He hurriedly said, Master, since we didn't receive the blueprint from Yi Xian's residence, I don't think he stole it. Master, please investigate thoroughly. This time, without waiting for Sun Xinjing to answer, Bai Jianmu spoke first, Master, if Yi Xian stole the blueprint, such a precious blueprint would definitely not be placed in a place where others could find it. He would definitely put it in a place where others couldn't find it. Therefore, disciple thinks that we should investigate carefully. Speaking of this, Bai Jianmu turned his head and glanced at Zhong Leji before continuing, Disciple thinks that we should investigate third senior brother's residence more, especially. As soon as Bai Jianmu's voice fell, Tang Jianan hurriedly said, Yes, Master. Since Yi Xian might have told third junior brother the location of the blueprint, then it's very likely that he put the stolen blueprint with third junior brother. Seeing that the two of them wanted to search his residence, Zhong Leji couldn't help but be furious. Just as he was about to refute, Liu Huarong beat him to it and spoke first. Master, disciple thinks that second senior brother and fifth senior brother's words make sense. After Yi Xian stole the blueprint, he knew that he would be suspected. For safety reasons, he would definitely hide the blueprint in a place that we wouldn't expect. Then, wouldn't third senior brother's residence be the safest place? After hearing the three of them, Zhong Leji suddenly flew into a rage. He suddenly shouted, That's enough. Why are you suspecting me? Don't you have any suspicions? If you want to search, fine. Then we'll search all of the residences and see from whom we can find the blueprint. After hearing Zhong Leji's words, Bai Jianmu clapped his hands and sneered, In that case, we'll listen to third senior brother. Speaking of this, Bai Jianmu turned his head and looked at Sun Xinjing. He cupped his fists and said, Master, since third senior brother proposed to search everyone's residences, disciple agrees. Let's search everyone's rooms. Chapter 210. Bai Jianmu paused and cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing before continuing. Master, if you want to search his residence, I suggest that you search third senior brother's residence first. Hearing this, Sun Xinjing asked curiously, Why? Bai Jianmu replied, Because I think that third senior brother is the most suspicious. If Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprint and we didn't find it in Yi Xian's residence, then I have reason to believe that Yi Xian hid the blueprint in third senior brother's residence after stealing it. The blueprint is of great importance. In order to save time, I think we should search third senior brother's residence first. Sun Xinjing thought for a moment after hearing Bai Jianmu's suggestion. He then looked up at Zhong Laji without saying a word. Zhong Laji saw his master looking at him and quickly replied, "Master, I have no objections." In order to prove that he was not a suspect, Zhong Laji had nothing to be afraid of even if they were to search his residence. After all, he was the one who knew his residence best. Zhong Laji naturally knew whether there was a blueprint in his residence or not. Bai Jianmu sneered when he saw that Zhong Laji had agreed. "All right then, master. In order to prevent anyone from cheating, we should hide the blueprint first. I suggest that we set off immediately and search third senior brother's residence." Sun Xinjing nodded when he heard that. He also understood that since they were going to search third senior brother's residence, they had to do it immediately. Otherwise, the person who stole the blueprint would be on guard and would definitely move the blueprint away as soon as possible. By then, it would not be so easy to find the blueprint again. Sun Xinjing nodded when he thought of this. "All right then, let's set off immediately." Since Sun Xinjing had agreed, everyone walked out of the main hall and headed to Zhong Laji's residence. Soon, they arrived at Zhong Laji's residence. As soon as they entered, they saw two young men sitting in the living room. Seeing Zhong Meng and Zhong Qiuming, Zhong Laji suddenly remembered that he still had two people with him. Zhong Laji didn't dare to neglect him. After all, according to what Zhong Meng said, he should be a big client. Such a person couldn't be neglected. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji hurriedly walked to Zhong Meng and Zhong Qiuming, cupped his fists and said, "Two young masters, I've made you wait for a long time. Let me introduce you." After saying this, Zhong Laji turned to look at Sun Xinjing and said, "Master, these two have come to the mountain to do something important." After that, Zhong Laji introduced them to each other. After exchanging some pleasantries with each other, they sat back down. After everyone was seated, Bai Jianmu looked at the two young people in the hall. After he felt that they were not a threat, he stood up and clasped his fist at Sun Xinjing. "Master, there's no time to lose. We should search as soon as possible, in case." Bai Jianmu paused. However, although he didn't finish his sentence, everyone understood what he meant. In Zhong Laji's residence, there were naturally several disciples of Zhong Laji. If these disciples took the blueprint away when no one was paying attention, everyone would have come in vain. Sun Xinjing naturally understood this. Since he agreed to search their residence, it meant that he had made up his mind to check carefully. Naturally, he couldn't let others take the blueprint away in advance. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing waved his hand at his disciples and said loudly, "Okay, you guys split up and search." As soon as Sun Xinjing finished speaking, Bai Jianmu had already said, "Master, this is really inappropriate. If we split up, wouldn't it give people the possibility of cheating?" After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Sun Xinjing was stunned at first. Then, he reacted and said, "In that case, you guys split into 3 groups and search separately." Hearing this, Bai Jianmu was even more delighted. He quickly clasped his fist and said, "Yes, master." After hearing Sun Xinjing's instructions, everyone didn't dare to delay. They each found people they trusted and formed a group. LV Wenkang and Tang Jianan were in a group. Zhong Laji and Mai Guangji were in a group. Bai Jianmu and Liu Huarong were in a group. As for Li Xueyan, she stayed in the hall. Since they were divided into groups, everyone walked in different directions. After everyone left, only Sun Xinjing, Zhong Meng, Zhong Qiuming, and Li Xueyan were left in the hall. After hearing Zhong Laji's introduction, Sun Xinjing already knew that these two young people wanted to build a house, so he asked casually, "Young masters, may I know which young master wants to build a house?" Zhong Meng had always had the virtue of respecting the old and loving the young. After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, he quickly stood up and clasped his fist and said, "It's me. I want to build a house." Sun Xinjing quickly waved his hand at Zhong Meng and said with a smile, "Young master, don't be so polite. Please sit down and talk." Speaking of this, Sun Xinjing was a little thirsty. He picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Then, he asked, Prince Zhong, what kind of house do you want to build? Zhong Meng thought about how to answer. The person in front of him was the leader of the Tianji sect in the entire South County. He was definitely the most experienced. In addition, Zhong Meng didn't know much about building houses. He came here to ask these experts to design a magnificent auction house for him. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng said, I want to build a super large auction house. Do you have any suggestions? Auction house. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing was stunned. Then, he carefully looked at Zhong Meng. He felt even more strange in his heart. He asked with some doubt. You want to build an auction house? Zhong Meng nodded. Yes. Sun Xinjing looked at Zhong Meng's clothes again and said again. If you want to build an auction house, it will cost a lot. Because ordinary houses only need to build secret rooms and mechanisms, but an auction house is different. Because the things auctioned in an auction house are all precious things, so in terms of safety, it must be guaranteed. Not only must there be secret rooms that are difficult to crack, but all places must be safe. It can be said that a real auction house is a large secret room. This is definitely not an exaggeration. At this point, Sun Xinjing stopped because he felt that it was useless to say this. The young man in front of him obviously didn't know how to build an auction house. Naturally, he didn't know how to build an auction house. Looking at the young man's clothes, Sun Xinjing even suspected that this young man had never been to an auction house before. It was useless to talk too much about an auction house with such a person. The key was that after this person knew the cost of building an auction house. Chapter 211. Sun Xinjing wasn't sure if Zhong Meng would still build an auction house if he knew how much it would cost. Thus, no matter how much he explained, it would be useless. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing simplified all the questions. In the end, he simplified them into one sentence. Young master, if you want to build an ordinary auction house, you will need a lot of money. I wonder how much money you are willing to spend to build an auction house. After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Zhong Meng thought for a while but couldn't think of an answer. He had no choice but to turn to Zhong Qiuming and ask, Prince Zhong, if I want to build the largest auction house, how much money would it cost? After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Zhong Leji's heart couldn't help but tremble. Until now, he still didn't believe that Zhong Leji would be able to see such a large auction house. Sun Xinjing was right. An auction house, no matter how many buildings and buildings there were, in the eyes of a mechanical engineer, it was a whole. A mechanical engineer had to come up with the most reasonable plan on the whole and design it into the safest place. Although Zhong Qiuming wasn't sure how much it would cost, he was sure that it would be an astronomical figure. After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Zhong Qiuming thought for a while before leaning over to Zhong Meng's ear and whispering, The fierce brothers, it's not good for us to guess. Why don't we ask branch leader Sun and things will be clear? After hearing Zhong Qiuming's words, Zhong Meng nodded and turned to Sun Xinjing and asked, Branch leader Sun, if I want to build the largest auction house in the world, how much money would it cost? After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing's eyes widened. After a while, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. These young people thought that building an auction house was as simple as building their own house. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing said, I don't know how much it costs to enter the world's largest auction house because I don't know which auction house is the world's largest. At this point, Sun Xinjing paused for a moment and pondered for a moment before continuing. There's an auction house in South County City. The scale of the auction house isn't small. When he built it, we didn't participate. We only modified the security system for him later. Just this modification alone cost 300,000 gold coins. At this point, Sun Xinjing saw that Zhong Meng's eyes had turned from calm to shock. He stopped talking because he thought that there was no need to continue. The 300,000 gold coins had already frightened Zhong Meng. Zhong Meng heard Sun Xinjing say this and did not continue. He quickly asked, Division Leader Sun, is this auction house in South County very big in terms of specifications? Sun Xinjing shook his head. The auction house at home can only be considered a medium-sized auction house. Only the wealth auction house in the central county can be considered a large-scale auction house. Zhong Meng's eyes lit up after hearing Sun Xinjing's words. He thought for a moment and asked. The renovation cost of this auction house in South County is 300,000 gold coins. If we calculate everything, 1 million gold coins should be enough. Sun Xinjing nodded after hearing Zhong Meng's question. It doesn't need 1 million gold coins. About 600,000 gold coins should be enough. Hearing this, Zhong Meng clapped his hands and said with a smile, if that's the case, with 5 million gold coins, we should be able to build the largest auction house. Sun Xinjing's heart skipped a beat after hearing Zhong Meng's words. He glanced at Zhong Meng again, shook his head slightly, and said casually, it should be enough. Zhong Meng nodded in satisfaction after hearing Sun Xinjing's answer. He said loudly, in that case, if we use 10 million gold coins, we should be able to build the largest auction house in the world. Sun Xinjing was stunned when he heard this. Could it be that this young man in ordinary clothes really had 10 million gold coins? Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing asked tentatively, Prince Zhong, are you really going to use 10 million gold coins to build an auction house? Zhong Meng nodded after hearing Sun Xinjing's question. Yes. Sun Xinjing and Zhong Qiuming were both shocked after hearing Zhong Meng's words. Although Zhong Qiuming's father was the Castellan, it would be difficult for him to take out 10 million gold coins. In addition, Zhong Qiuming knew Zhong Meng very well. Half a month ago, Zhong Meng still wanted to work to earn money. But now, he wanted to take out 10 million gold coins to build an auction house. Wasn't this a bit too ridiculous? Zhong Qiuming also knew that Zhong Meng had the nightmare eagle's feathers, but how much could they be sold for? Even if he had enough feathers to make 10 black feather cloaks, how much could they be sold for? It was still a far cry from 10 million gold coins. However, looking at Zhong Meng's current expression, it didn't seem like he was faking it. He was serious about it. Sun Xinjing was even more shocked. 10 million gold coins was definitely not a small amount. In the entire Anwu Empire, the number of people who could take out 10 million gold coins could be counted on one hand. Even if someone could take out 10 million gold coins, why would they build an auction house? Could it be that building an auction house was very profitable? Or could it be that they could quickly earn back the 10 million gold coins? This was impossible. Auction houses were indeed very profitable, but many of the items auctioned were not from the auction house. They were items that were put up for auction by others. These items could be sold for a good price, but after all, these good items were not from the auction house. The money they earned was only the handling fee. In addition, who could guarantee that everyone would go to the auction house to buy things? If no one went to the auction house to buy things, it wouldn't take long for the auction house to close down. Another expense of the auction house was staff. In addition to some of the auction staff, security was also a big problem. The cost of security was also quite high. Even if you spent a lot of money to build an extremely secure secret room, you would definitely not be safe without the protection of a peerless expert. If the treasure was kept in the secret room, it might be safer. However, there would be a time when you would take it out. The distance from the secret room to the auction house was not long, but without the protection of a peerless expert, it would definitely not be safe. In addition, the items you put up for auction were bought by customers at a high price. Although the treasure no longer belongs to you, you have to ensure the safety of the treasure in your territory. Even if the treasure is in the hands of a customer, as long as it is lost in your territory, you will be responsible. Although you won't pay the full price, if the treasure that the customer bought from you is lost in your territory, you will be responsible. Chapter 212. If the treasures that the customers bought from the auction house were lost in the auction house, even if the customers did not ask for compensation, the auction house's reputation would be ruined. Who would buy from an auction house that had no reputation? No matter how good the item was, if it was snatched away by someone else, who would dare to buy from such a place? Therefore, the cost in terms of security was also quite high. Hiring an ordinary expert might not cost much, but hiring a top-notch expert was not just a matter of money. It was also a matter of whether the other party would be willing to come to the auction house. As a top-notch expert, he also cared about his reputation. If the auction house was an unknown small auction house, then no matter how much money you offered, as a top-notch expert with dignity, he would not work for a small auction house. Therefore, It was not that easy to run an auction house. Most people who wanted to run an auction house were supported by the strength of their family or the strength of their sect. If it was an ordinary person, no matter how rich they were, they would not be able to support the security of an auction house. Even if you had the protection of a top-notch expert and your security was absolutely reliable, where would you get the items to be auctioned? It was absolutely wishful thinking to rely on the auction house to get the good items themselves. Sun Xinjing knew that in an auction house, there were not many items that really belonged to the auction house. Most of the items were sent by some old customers. The items sent by these old customers were the real items that the auction house would auction. Sun Xinjing naturally understood these principles. He raised his head and looked around. Seeing that the disciples who went to search were not doing anything, he turned to look at Zhong Meng and asked with a smile, "Prince Zhong, if you want to run an auction house, do you know what the requirements are?" After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Zhong Meng hurriedly shook his head. "I don't know. Please enlighten me." Shipmaster Sunday looking at Zhong Meng's blank expression, Sun Xinjing already understood. This kid doesn't know anything. I don't know how he thought about the auction house. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing picked up the teacup on the table and gestured to Zhong Meng, "Please have some tea." Sun Xinjing took a sip of tea and said slowly, "To run an auction house, the first thing you need is capital. That's because there are too many things that you need to spend money on. Building an auction house will cost a lot of money, and I won't say much about that. In addition, the treasures to be auctioned also need to have a supply channel. Otherwise, no matter how big or small an auction house is, if there are no good items to be auctioned, naturally no one will go there to buy things." Upon hearing this, Zhong Meng's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly clapped his hands and interrupted Sun Xinjing's words. "Branch leader Sun, does this mean that even if the auction house is not big enough, as long as the treasures are good enough, there will still be a lot of people coming?" After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Sun Xinjing smiled and nodded. "That's natural. For an auction house, no matter how big or small it is, as long as the items to be auctioned are good enough, that's enough." After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng was overjoyed. At the same time, he was relieved. Just now, Sun Xinjing had said that to build a large auction house, the cost would be quite huge. This was not difficult for Zhong Meng. However, it would still take a lot of time to raise the gold coins. If he followed Sun Xinjing's words and built a small auction house first, then got some good treasures to be auctioned there, with Zhong Meng's strength, it would not be difficult for him to get some good treasures. This way, his reputation would slowly spread. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng cupped his fists and said to Sun Xinjing, "Thank you for your reminder, branch leader Sunday. Then I will build a small auction house first. After my reputation has spread, I will transform it into a large auction house." Seeing Zhong Meng's confident look, Sun Xinjing smiled bitterly and shook his head. This young man really thought of things too simply. Although the size of the auction house did not matter, as long as the treasures auctioned were good, it was fine. However, were good treasures so easy to get? Sun Xinjing knew that there were many auction houses that would do anything to obtain a good treasure. The amount of money spent and the means of competition were not something that ordinary people could obtain. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing looked at Zhong Meng and continued. "Although the size of the auction house is not the most important, as long as the items auctioned are good enough, these can be made up for. However, a good auction item is very difficult to get. It is not as simple as you think. This is because all auction houses know that a good auction item will bring great fame to the auction house. For fame and profit, these auction houses will use all kinds of methods to get a good auction item." Hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Qiuming also said, "That is indeed the case. Branch Master Sun is right. Those auction houses are simply unscrupulous in order to obtain a good auction item." At this point, Zhong Qiuming paused for a moment. He thought for a moment before continuing. "I once heard someone mention something, but I don't know if it is true or not. I won't say who it was, but I will say that someone had a treasure in his hands. A certain auction house had sent someone to accept this auction item, but he was rejected by this person. This treasure was indeed good and could bring great fame to the auction house. This auction house promised this person a huge profit. In fact, In order to increase their fame, they wanted to get it even if they had to pay a loss. However, this person still refused. In the end, this treasure was actually stolen by someone. This is not the main point. The main point is that this treasure will be auctioned in this auction house in half a month. Speaking up to this point, Zhong Qiuming looked at Zhong Meng and sighed. Then, he continued, as for the owner of this treasure, when the treasure was stolen, he was harmed by the person who stole it. After hearing Zhong Qiuming's words, Zhong Meng only smiled faintly. He naturally understood the meaning of Zhong Qiuming's words and what he wanted to say. However, was Chief Zhong afraid of this? It was not that Zhong Meng was arrogant and conceited, but he had the ability to be arrogant and conceited. Zhong Meng did not believe that there was anyone in this world who could be his opponent. As long as the treasure was in his hands, he wanted to see who would dare to steal it. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng patted Zhong Qiuming's shoulder and said with a smile, "Prince Zhong, I understand what you mean. However, do you think that I would be afraid of someone stealing my things?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Zhong Qiuming was stunned. Then, he came to his senses and remembered Zhong Meng's true strength. Chapter 213. After hearing Zhong Qiuming's explanation, Sun Xinjing turned around and saw Zhong Meng's disapproving expression. He could only sigh in his heart. Young people are immature and don't know the risks involved. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing continued, "If you want to open an auction house, the channel for the treasures will be a problem. Also, after the treasures are retrieved, the security of the auction house will be a problem." At this point, Sun Xinjing paused for a moment before continuing. If the treasures are directly placed in the secret room and not taken out, then it will be relatively safer. However, any treasures in the auction house are for auction and cannot be stored in the secret room for a long period of time. Therefore, after the treasures are taken out, the Tianji sect will not be able to do anything about security during this period of time. When the time comes, we can only hire a large number of experts to protect the security of the place. For example, the security of the auction venue, the security of the period when the treasures are taken out from the warehouse, the security of the period when the customers leave the auction house after they have obtained the treasures from the auction house, and so on and so forth. We will need a large number of experts to ensure that nothing goes wrong. At this point, Sun Xinjing paused for a moment. He turned to look at Zhong Meng and asked with a smile, "Prince Zhong, which one of these problems can you solve?" After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Zhong Meng thought carefully before replying, "There shouldn't be any problems." After hearing Zhong Meng's answer, Sun Xinjing's hand trembled and he almost threw the teacup in his hand to the ground. After he had said those words, he had thought that Zhong Xian would give up on the idea of building an auction house. However, he had not expected Zhong Meng to actually say that there was no problem. After a while, Sun Xinjing asked tentatively, "Prince Zhong, where are you from?" Zhong Meng immediately replied, "I'm from the Twin Bull village under the jurisdiction of Greenwood City." After hearing Zhong Meng's answer, Sun Xinjing was even more confused. Azure Wood City, Twin Bulls Village. Sun Xinjing knew of Azure Wood City, but he had never heard of the Twin Bull stronghold. Could it be that the Twin Bull village was some sort of hidden sect? Or could it be that it was a place where powerful cultivators lived in seclusion? After thinking for a while, Sun Xinjing asked again, "Prince Zhong, which sect do you belong to?" Zhong Meng replied, "It's passed down in my family. My martial arts were all taught by my father." After listening to Sun Xinjing's question, Zhong Qiuming only thought for a moment before he understood what Sun Xinjing meant. Branch leader Sun, the fierce brother's martial arts are quite powerful. After hearing Zhong Qiuming's words, Sun Xinjing nodded his head. He felt that his guess was right. The Twin Bull village should be a place where powerful cultivators lived in seclusion, and this Prince Zhong was the son of a powerful cultivator. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing did not continue asking. This was because he knew that if he continued to ask, it would involve personal secrets. Since it was a secret, he naturally could not tell others. Since the other party had a powerful background, he did not try to persuade Zhong Meng any further and directly said, "Prince Zhong, since you have absolute confidence, then fine. After we've settled our matters here, I'll send people to your place to build an auction house. What do you think?" After hearing this, Zhong Meng hurriedly cupped his fists in thanks. Then, he spoke again. Regarding the auction house, I'm not very clear about it. I only have a rough idea. So, could I ask branch leader Sun to explain it to me? After hearing this, Sun Xinjing nodded his head and smiled. As long as Prince Zhong wants to hear, I'll explain it to you. After hearing Sun Xinjing's answer, Zhong Meng hurriedly cupped his fists in thanks again. Only then did Sun Xinjing slowly open his mouth. In my opinion, the most important thing for an auction house is not the quality of the treasures, but the safety of the treasures. Think about it. Even if you have a good treasure, if you don't have enough power to protect it, then not only will the treasure not benefit you, but it will also harm you. If someone has an extremely precious treasure and wants your auction house to auction it off, then, of course, you also know that the treasure must be placed in the auction house a few days before the auction. And this period of time is an extremely crucial period. If the treasure is lost during this period of time, it will cause irreparable damage to the reputation of the auction house. If too many treasures are lost, the auction house will naturally lose all credibility. By then, who would dare to auction their treasures here? In the long run, no matter how much money you have, I'm afraid the auction house will only end up going bankrupt. After saying this, Sun Xinjing looked up at Zhong Meng and asked with a smile, Prince Zhong, do you agree with this point of mine? After hearing Zhong Meng's question, he hurriedly nodded his head. Branch leader Sun is right. I completely agree. If an auction house can't even solve the problem of the safety of the treasures, then it will definitely fail in the long run. When Sun Xinjing heard this, he was extremely happy that Zhong Meng agreed with his point of view. He thought about this problem differently from others. Most people thought that the most important thing for an auction house was the quality of the treasures auctioned. However, Sun Xinjing's view was different. He always thought that the most important thing for an auction house to continue operating was safety. If there were two auction houses competing, even if there were the same treasures auctioned, the safety of the two auction houses would be different. One auction house spent a lot of money to build a secret room and hired top experts to protect it. Although the other auction house also took safety measures, the investment was much less. From the perspective of these two auction houses, Sun Xinjing was sure that in the long run, if they were willing to spend a lot of money to build a secret room and hire top experts to protect their treasures, this auction house would definitely be able to last until the end. Even if the treasures auctioned by this auction house were not as good as those auctioned by the other auction house, in terms of overall competitiveness, they would definitely be much stronger than the other auction house. Therefore, Sun Xinjing always thought that the most important thing for an auction house was safety. Seeing that Zhong Meng agreed with his point of view, Sun Xinjing was very happy. This was because many people did not agree with his point of view. They thought that the most important thing for an auction house was the treasures auctioned, not the safety of the auction house. Therefore, many auction houses would spend a lot of money to search for treasures instead of building a safety system. Sun Xinjing's point of view was not because he was a member of the Tianji sect and wanted to promote his sect, but because he really thought so. Seeing that Sun Xinjing was satisfied, Zhong Meng also spoke. Branch leader Sun and I have the same opinion. If an auction house can't even solve the safety problem of the treasures, then I think that this auction house is not qualified to be an auction house. Therefore, such an auction house will definitely not last long before it closes down. Chapter 214. Zhong Meng paused for a moment before he cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing and continued. My family believes that the security of the auction house is the most important. That's why I came here. This is also the reason why I came to the Tianji sect. Sun Xinjing nodded after hearing Zhong Meng's words. Then, he said, the security of the auction house involves many aspects. The only thing that the Tianji sect can help you with is the location where the treasures are stored, which is the secret room where the treasures are stored. I think that the secret room built by the Tianji sect to store the treasures should be sufficient in terms of security. However, other than the location where the treasures are stored, we can't do anything about the other places. For example, when it comes to inspecting the goods, or when it comes to transporting the goods, or when it comes to protecting the safety of the customers, the Tianji sect can't do anything about these. Zhong Meng nodded after hearing Sun Xinjing's words. That's enough. At this point, Zhong Meng suddenly thought of something and continued. If we connect the entire auction house and design it into a large-scale secret room, I think that there shouldn't be any problems in terms of security. Sun Xinjing was stunned after hearing Zhong Meng's words. Then, he narrowed his eyes and began to ponder over Zhong Meng's words. In the past, when the auction house was built, it was mainly a secret room, which was also the so-called warehouse. The main job of the Tianji sect was to build the secret room into an impenetrable fortress that was heavily guarded. The warehouse of the auction house was filled with all kinds of mechanisms to protect the treasures. Therefore, there were loopholes in this. Those who might spend a lot of money would invest to build a super-secret room. If they had more money, they would build the auction house into a super-secret room as well. However, Sun Xinjing had never built a super-secret room for the entire auction house. Although Sun Xinjing had thought of this problem before, it was only in his imagination. If the auction house was really built like this, the amount of money spent would be unimaginable. That was because it would cost a lot to set up a secret passage in a large warehouse, and a warehouse didn't take up much space in the entire auction house. If the entire auction house was turned into a super large secret room, the cost would be unimaginable. It was precisely because of this reason that although Sun Xinjing had thought about this problem, he had never done it because it would cost too much money. No one would agree to it, so he didn't have the chance to do it. Sun Xinjing had never done this before, but it didn't mean that he didn't want to do it. It was because the client didn't agree to it. Many people would not agree to spend so much money to build a large secret room in the auction house. They would think that it was a waste or an unnecessary expense. Those who could open an auction house naturally had a certain background. It was also because they had many experts protecting their territory outside of the secret room. Therefore, everyone generally believed that there was no need to build a secret room outside of the secret room. After listening to Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing fell into deep thought. He wasn't thinking about the difficulty of this matter, but the cost. If the entire auction house was turned into a large secret room, how many gold coins would it cost? In other words, it would cost more than building a warehouse. Zhong Meng saw that Sun Xinjing didn't answer his question, so he asked doubtfully, "Branch leader Sun, is there something wrong with what I said?" Zhong Meng's words suddenly woke up Sun Xinjing, who was in deep thought. He thought about it again, then looked up at Zhong Meng and said slowly, "I have thought about the method that Prince Zhong mentioned before, but the cost is too high. No one is willing to bear this expense, so no one has done it." After listening to Sun Xinjing's answer, Zhong Meng quickly asked, "Branch leader Sun, if the entire auction house is turned into a super-secret room, how much more gold coins would it cost?" Sun Xinjing heard this, sighed, and then answered, "I've also thought about it just now. If the entire auction house is built into a warehouse, it would cost much more than building a warehouse alone." Zhong Meng asked, "Then how much more will it cost?" Sun Xinjing answered, "We can calculate it this way. If the entire auction house is turned into a mechanism, then the cost will naturally be many times more than building a warehouse." Speaking up to here, Sun Xinjing paused for a moment. He thought for a moment before continuing. For example, if it costs 100,000 gold coins to build a warehouse, then if the entire auction house is turned into a mechanism, then the cost will probably be a few million gold coins. Zhong Meng heard this and nodded. Sun Xinjing's answer wasn't out of his expectations. To build something like this, it naturally had to be calculated by area. A single warehouse didn't take up a large portion of the entire auction house. Therefore, if one wanted to turn the entire auction house into a super-secret room, one only had to subtract the area of the entire auction house from the area of one warehouse. Naturally, one could calculate how much more gold coins one would need to spend. After understanding this, Zhong Meng was now considering whether or not he should build such an auction house. Now, Zhong Meng only had a few gold coins. It was too little, and the cost of building an auction house was too great. With the little gold coins Zhong Meng had, it would be difficult to build a warehouse. In other words, the difference between the gold coins he had and the gold coins he needed to build an auction house was too great. Zhong Meng was having a headache over this problem. He wanted to finish building the auction house as soon as possible so that he could quickly earn profits and change the situation in Twin Bull Mountain. He didn't know how to do anything else. Although he was invincible, no matter how powerful he was He didn't know what he could do in this world that could make him earn money quickly. The key point was that the people of Twin Bull Mountain weren't good at business. If they did something else, it wouldn't last long. Therefore, Zhong Meng wanted to do something that could last forever. The auction house industry was naturally very good. During the period when the auction house started, he would be able to take care of all the problems. For example, the problem of the treasures needed for the auction house and the security of the auction house could be solved by Zhong Meng. In the future, when the auction house became famous, Zhong Meng believed that he wouldn't need to do anything regarding the treasures. Someone would naturally come to his door. At that time, the auction house would be able to operate normally. Even if he left, the people of Twin Bull Mountain would be able to run it. Another reason why Zhong Meng wanted to open an auction house was because there was relatively less competition in the auction house industry. Chapter 215. If it were any other business, even with Zhong Meng in charge, there was no guarantee that they would make money if they relied on normal operations. What's more, Zhong Meng wouldn't stay here for the rest of his life. Even if he saved some money, in the business industry, if his luck wasn't good and his foresight wasn't good, it would be easy for him to lose his capital. This was the problem that Zhong Meng was worried about. If he stayed in Twin Bull Mountain, all these problems would not be a problem. However, if he left and the business was still running well, after he left, the people in Twin Bull Mountain would lose all his capital. When that happened, Twin Bull Mountain would return to its former state. Zhong Meng had thought about it in detail. No matter what business they wanted to run, there would be a lot of competition. Only in the auction house industry, the competition was much smaller. To build a large auction house would require countless gold coins. Moreover, if Zhong Meng wanted to build a large auction house full of secret mechanisms, the amount of money he would need to spend would be astronomical. The key was that Zhong Meng did not have that many gold coins at the moment, and he did not want to engage in crooked activities. Therefore, this was the biggest problem. Sun Xinjing looked at Zhong Meng's hesitation and said with a smile, "Actually, we don't need to build a large auction house like you said. We only need to build a tight secret room to ensure the safety of the treasures when they are stored. As for when the treasures are taken out, I think." At this point, Sun Xinjing paused and looked at Zhong Meng before continuing, "I think your family should be able to send some experts. As long as you have these experts, you should be able to ensure the safety of the treasures. By doing this, you can save a lot of money. When you have the money in the future, it won't be too late to build it slowly." After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng was stunned. Then, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. He knew that Sun Xinjing must have misunderstood and thought that he was a disciple of some big family. He might even think that his family was filled with experts and could casually send out a few experts to protect the safety of those treasures. If that were true, then it would be fine. Unfortunately, it was all just his imagination. However, Sun Xinjing's words made Zhong Meng's heart skip a beat. It suddenly occurred to him that he could solve all of these problems. With him overseeing Twin Bull Mountain, even if there were no mechanisms or secret passages, no one would be able to steal the treasures from under his nose. At this thought, Zhong Meng suddenly had an idea. If it was as Sun Xinjing had said, it would definitely be a good idea. First, he would build a simple auction hall. He would not build any other buildings. As long as there was a place to auction the treasures, everything would be solved. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng was instantly overjoyed. He said, "Branch leader Sun, I won't hide it from you. I really don't have that many gold coins right now. How about this? Let's build the auction hall first and the other buildings. After we earn some money, we can slowly build them. What do you think?" After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing almost jumped out of his chair. Zhong Meng's words were too shocking. In the beginning, he said that he would build the world's largest auction hall. But in the blink of an eye, it became like this. Only build one auction hall? That was a little too ridiculous. Sun Xinjing took a deep breath and calmed his chaotic emotions. He slowly asked, "Prince Zhong, are we only going to build one auction hall?" Zhong Meng nodded. "Only one auction hall. As for the other places, we'll talk about them in the future." After Sun Xinjing heard the affirmative answer, he was stunned again. He couldn't believe his ears. He had already said that the most important thing about the auction hall was its safety. And the most important place was the auction hall's warehouse, which was where the treasures were stored. Could it be that they were only going to build one auction hall and not even a warehouse? Then, where would the treasures be stored? Would they just be displayed on the streets? Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing tried to remind him. Prince Zhong, are you really only going to build one auction hall and not even a warehouse? After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Zhong Meng nodded and replied embarrassedly, Branch leader Sun, I won't hide it from you. I only have 10,000 gold coins. If I use it sparingly, I think building an auction hall shouldn't be a problem. This time, Sun Xinjing couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up abruptly and stared at Zhong Meng. After a while, he realized that he had lost his composure and sat back down. Although he had returned to his seat, Sun Xinjing's heart couldn't calm down. At the beginning, he had said it in an imposing manner, as if he had countless gold coins. But in the end, he only had 10,000 gold coins. This young man actually wanted to use 10,000 gold coins to open an auction hall. No matter how Sun Xinjing thought about it, he couldn't think of a way to use 10,000 gold coins to open an auction hall. To put it bluntly, these 10,000 gold coins weren't even enough to hire people from the Tianji sect. Needless to say, even if Zhong Meng used 10,000 gold coins to build an auction hall, this was still using it sparingly. It was a very small auction hall without any decorations. It was just a big room. However, if you spent all these 10,000 gold coins, wouldn't you stock up on goods? Or rather, if you didn't have a warehouse to begin with, wouldn't you hire experts? If you wanted to stock up on goods, even if you knew that this treasure would bring in a lot of profit, if you didn't have the money to stock up on goods, everything would be in vain. Even if you had a treasure, you didn't even have a well-guarded warehouse. Where would you put the treasure and how would you ensure its safety? Wouldn't that mean that even if you had a treasure, you couldn't guarantee its safety? Thinking of this, a beautiful scene suddenly appeared in Sun Xinjing's mind. In an ordinary big room, the floor was filled with treasures. The auction guests were all sitting on small stools, waiting for the treasures to be auctioned off. The table used by the auctioneer was the usual dining table at home. The auctioneer was just an ordinary person. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing couldn't help but shiver. Could this also be called an auction hall? Sun Xinjing raised his head and looked at Zhong Meng, who was not far away, and asked again. Prince Zhong, these 10,000 gold coins are your pocket money for this month. If you don't have enough gold coins, I think it's better for you to tell your family. Otherwise, these 10,000 gold coins can't be used for anything, not to mention building an auction hall. After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Zhong Meng shook his head and smiled apologetically. This is all I have. Chapter 216. After Sun Xinjing heard Zhong Meng's words, he was stunned at first, then he smiled and said, Prince Zhong, I know you want to rely on your own strength to complete your business, but you have to know that sometimes it's not a bad choice to ask for help from your family. After Zhong Meng heard Sun Xinjing's words, he was also stunned, but he quickly understood. Sun Xinjing thought that he was from a large family, and at this critical moment, asking for help from his family should be the best choice. However, the large family that Sun Xinjing mentioned did not exist. If there was such a large family, why would Zhong Meng bother to build an auction house here? He would have gone to God knows where long ago. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng hurriedly waved his hand. Branch leader Sun, you've misunderstood. I'm not from a large family. If I want to build this auction house, no one can help me. After hearing Zhong Meng's answer, Sun Xinjing was stunned. After a while, he asked tentatively, Prince Zhong, you can't be thinking of building an auction house with these 10,000 gold coins, right? Zhong Meng nodded, that's true. I only have 10,000 gold coins now. After hearing Zhong Meng's answer, Sun Xinjing's gaze froze. He carefully looked at Zhong Meng again, and felt that there was nothing special about this person in front of him. Why would he have such an idea? Seeing that Sun Xinjing was only looking at him without saying anything, Zhong Meng smiled, Branch leader Sun, although I don't have much money now, believe me, I will have more money very soon. After saying this, Zhong Meng paused for a while, then said apologetically, I know that it will cost a lot of gold coins to hire your people to build an auction house for me. Can we discuss this? I'll owe you first, and when I have the money, I'll pay you double. Ah. Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing was truly shocked. In the beginning, he spoke so arrogantly, but in the end, he actually wanted to buy on credit. By now, Sun Xinjing had somewhat understood that this person was clearly mentally unstable. If they listened to him, who knew what kind of trouble they would cause? No matter how knowledgeable Sun Xinjing was, he had never seen someone who wanted to build the world's largest auction house with only 10,000 gold coins. Most importantly, this person didn't even have the money to hire someone to help him see the auction house. Even if Sun Xinjing was indifferent to fame and fortune, if he didn't even want to pay, how could he build an auction house for him? Don't the people of the Tianji sect need to eat? Don't they need to buy clothes? Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing decided to pour cold water on Zhong Meng, so that this abnormal fellow would wake up and quickly go home. Sun Xinjing looked at Zhong Meng again, and said with a smile, "Prince Zhong, I know how you feel, and I know that you want to make a name for yourself. But sometimes, you have to face reality. To put it bluntly, your 10,000 gold coins aren't even enough to build a slightly better house, not to mention an auction house." At this point, Sun Xinjing paused for a while, and then said seriously, "Prince Zhong, do you understand what I mean?" Zhong Meng heard this and hurriedly nodded. "I understand branch leader Sun's good intentions, but I have confidence that I can do this well." Ah. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing was stunned, and looked at Zhong Meng doubtfully. He didn't understand if Zhong Meng understood what he said just now. However, how could Zhong Meng not understand the meaning behind Sun Xinjing's words? He wanted to say that since you don't have money, you should stop for a while. However, Zhong Meng wasn't someone who would give up easily. Moreover, although Zhong Meng didn't have money now, was he someone who lacked money? To put it bluntly, if Zhong Meng wanted money, he could get it with a wave of his hand. However, that was meaningless. Since he had such high skills, if he still did that kind of thing, he would be letting himself down as a transmigrator. Zhong Meng had read a lot of novels, but he had never seen a main character who earned a lot of money by stealing and robbing. Everyone relied on their abilities to make a living. If they did that kind of thing, wouldn't it prove that they didn't have the ability? Therefore, the proper industry was Zhong Meng's choice. Seeing that Sun Xinjing didn't believe him, Zhong Meng wasn't unhappy. After all, Sun Xinjing was already a good person. If he were someone who prioritized benefits, after listening to his words, he would have probably chased him out of the South County branch long ago. Why would he be here to patiently explain and tell him about the difficulties of this school? Seeing that Zhong Meng didn't give up on this idea, Sun Xinjing wanted to ignore this matter. However, when he looked at Zhong Meng's young face, he sighed and said, "Prince Zhong, if you use these 10,000 gold coins to build the auction hall, then what will happen to your supply? Don't forget, the supply is where you spend a lot of money. Even if your auction hall is built, if you don't have the supply, what can you sell? Since there's nothing to auction, what's the point of this auction hall?" After Zhong Meng heard Sun Xinjing's question, he quickly waved his hand. "Division Leader Sun, the matter of the supply is a small matter to me. I don't need to spend money." Sun Xinjing was stunned again when he heard Zhong Meng's words. He asked curiously, "Prince Zhong, why don't you need to spend money? Could it be that someone provides you with the supply for free?" After Zhong Meng heard Sun Xinjing's words, he was about to deny it, but then he nodded. "Yes, someone does provide me with the supply for free." Sun Xinjing smiled when he heard this. "Prince Zhong, it seems that you still don't understand these things. If it's a free supply, it definitely won't be anything good." At this point, Sun Xinjing's tone was right. He thought about what to say next, organized his thoughts, and continued. "I've said it just now. The most important issue for an auction house is safety. Another important issue is the supply. If your auction house only auctions some ordinary goods, then think about it. Who will buy from your auction house? Although you don't need to spend much money, in the long run, your auction house won't last long. No one will go there. It's also because of this reason that all the auction houses are willing to spend a lot of money, or even lose money, just to get in touch with some real treasures to increase their auction house's reputation and attract more people to come here to buy things. Therefore, if you want to save money on the supply, it's absolutely impossible. Doing so will only cause your auction house's reputation to decrease until it can't continue operating. After listening to Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng deeply agreed. The most important thing for an auction house was, of course, the auction items. The auction items directly affected the future development of the auction house. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that. Chapter 217. Sun Xinjing's opinion was absolutely reasonable. However, would these problems pose a problem for Zhong Meng? Impossible. The reason why Zhong Meng wanted to open an auction house was because he had the confidence in this aspect. Good things naturally wouldn't trouble Zhong Meng. As long as he wanted it, he could get any good thing in this world. However, Sun Xinjing kindly reminded him, so Zhong Meng definitely wouldn't rashly contradict him. Zhong Meng thought about it and said seriously, "Branch leader Sun, thank you for your kindness. I can guarantee that the things auctioned in my auction house are definitely the best things." Speaking of this, Zhong Meng's eyes showed a strong sense of confidence. "I think that the supply of goods is definitely not a problem for me. Branch leader Sun can rest assured on this point." The confidence in Zhong Meng's eyes made Sun Xinjing even more suspicious. Was this person's mental state normal? Sun Xinjing had seen many strong people, but no one dared to say such big words. However, Sun Xinjing wasn't someone who liked to argue with others. Since Zhong Meng said that he had good things to auction, then he would take it that he had good things to auction. On this issue, there was nothing much to say. Sun Xinjing thought about it and continued, "Since Prince Zhong is confident about the supply of goods, then what about the safety issue? As I said just now, the safety issue of an auction house is also quite important. If there is no safety guarantee, no matter how many treasures you have, it will be useless. They will all be snatched away." After listening to Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng didn't even hesitate and said with a smile, "Branch leader Sun, this is even more of a problem. I can guarantee that nothing will be lost in my auction house." Oh. Seeing that Zhong Meng was so confident about the safety issue, Sun Xinjing was really surprised. Safety was always the biggest problem for an auction house. Many large auction houses, in order to ensure the safety of their auction houses, spent a large amount of money to hire people from the Heaven's Secrets sect to build secret rooms for them to ensure the safety of their treasures. Even so, there were still some treasures that could cause accidents. However, the young man in front of him actually spoke with such confidence. This was really strange. Don't forget, this person had just said that his funds were only enough to build an auction hall. This meant that his auction house didn't have a warehouse, which was the kind of tightly guarded secret room. Without a secret room to protect the treasure, where did this person get the confidence to guarantee the safety of the treasure? A big family. This thought popped up in Sun Xinjing's mind again. Could it be that this person didn't tell him the truth just now? Was he actually someone from a big family? Only this could explain why he was so confident. Even the mild-tempered Sun Xinjing was a little angry when he recalled how Zhong Meng had said that he wasn't from a big family. He had kindly explained it to him, but he actually dared to lie to him. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing asked somewhat unhappily, "Prince Zhong, since you've already thought of it, I have nothing more to say." When Zhong Meng heard this, he hurriedly cupped his fists towards Sun Xinjing. "In that case, can branch leader Sun send Yi Xian to supervise the construction of the auction house for me?" Yi Xian. Hearing this name, Sun Xinjing's mood became even worse. The matter of losing the blueprint had already left him in a terrible fix. Until now, there was still no trace of it. Most importantly, this blueprint was too precious. It could be said that nothing could compare to the value of this blueprint. Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Sun Xinjing couldn't help but sigh. Then, he slowly said, "Prince Zhong, I'm afraid that won't do. Yi Xian has something to do, so I'm afraid he won't be able to build the auction house for you. Why don't we send someone else? What do you think?" When Zhong Meng heard Sun Xinjing's words, he shook his head indifferently. "Branch leader Sun, anyone can do it, but there's only one condition. I want the person with the highest skills in the South County branch to go." Speaking up to this point, Zhongmeng's tone paused for a moment before he sternly said, "Branch leader Sun, I've already said that although I've only built an auction hall, I can guarantee that I'll be building more buildings very soon. Therefore, I need someone who can coordinate the overall situation and build a huge secret room for the entire auction house. I'm sure Division Leader Sun understands the difficulty of this. If someone who isn't skilled enough is unable to connect the entire auction house together, then it would lose its meaning. Therefore, no matter who builds the auction house for me, I won't object. However, Branch Leader Sun must think carefully about who is the most suitable candidate. Otherwise, after building the auction hall, if you build other things, they won't be connected. Then, you'll have to tear them down and rebuild them. This is too troublesome." After hearing Zhongmeng's words, Sun Xinjing hesitated. Although he didn't believe Zhongmeng's words, what if Zhongmeng was lucky and he really opened the auction house? If the person he sent first didn't have good skills and built the auction hall first, then when Zhongmeng wanted to build other buildings in the future, he wouldn't be able to connect them. Although Zhongmeng's chances of success were very small, it would be terrible if that happened. At that time, if this person's auction hall really needed to be torn down and rebuilt to connect all the buildings, then the Tianji sect would lose a lot of face. Although the chances of this happening were very small, Sun Xinjing didn't want it to happen. If it was in the past, Sun Xinjing wouldn't even hesitate to send Yi Xian to build the auction house for this person. However, now that such a big problem had happened, he couldn't send Yi Xian. But who should he send? LV Wenkang couldn't go. Even if Tang Jianan wanted to go, Sun Xinjing couldn't let him go. Zhong Laji was still suspicious, so he naturally couldn't let him leave the South County branch. What if the blueprint was in his hands and he took the opportunity to take it out? What should he do then? Bai Jianmu was also Sun Xinjing's suspect. Although he didn't say it out loud, Bai Jianmu was very likely the person who stole the blueprint. Sun Xinjing naturally couldn't send such a person. Who else was next? Liu Huarong, Mai Guangji, and Li Xueyan. These three couldn't do it. They didn't have enough experience and weren't skilled enough. Even if they went, they probably wouldn't be able to complete the mission. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing felt a little sad. He had 8 disciples, but up until now, he couldn't even send one of them. Seeing Sun Xinjing hesitate, Zhong Qiuming, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. "Division Leader Sun, if we want to wait for Yi Xian to build the auction house for us, how long will we have to wait?" Sun Xinjing shook his head after hearing Zhong Qiuming's question. Then, he turned to look at Zhong Qiuming and slowly spoke. "To be honest, our sect has lost an item, and Yi Xian is related to this lost item." Chapter 218. In fact, Zhong Meng and Zhong Qiuming had already heard about what Sun Xinjing said from the disciples at the entrance of the South County branch. However, since Sun Xinjing didn't mention it, the two of them naturally couldn't say anything. At this moment, since Sun Xinjing had already mentioned it, Zhong Qiuming quickly asked, "Division Leader Sun, have you found the lost item?" Sun Xinjing shook his head when he heard this. "I haven't found it." As soon as Sun Xinjing said this, there was a series of footsteps around them. Then, a series of discussions could be heard. When the three of them heard this, they quickly turned their heads and saw LV Wenkang and Tang Jianan walking over. After LV Wenkang and Tang Jianan arrived in front of Sun Xinjing, they first cupped their fists and bowed. LV Wenkang said, "Master, we didn't find anything." After Sun Xinjing heard their words, he first nodded and then waved his hand at the two of them. "You guys sit down and rest first. Let's see how the rest of the investigation is going." Just as LV Wenkang and Tang Jianan were about to find a seat to sit down, they heard a series of chaotic footsteps and a cry of surprise coming from upstairs. "Master, I found it." When Sun Xinjing heard this shout, he was immediately overjoyed. He suddenly stood up and looked at the second floor. The person who shouted on the second floor was Bai Jianmu. At this moment, Bai Jianmu was holding a box and quickly walking down the stairs. When he came close, Bai Jianmu didn't care about bowing. He first handed the box in his hand to Sun Xinjing with both hands. Seeing this box, Sun Xinjing's eyes suddenly widened. He quickly took the box from Bai Jianmu and asked, "Where did you find it?" After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Bai Jianmu cupped his hands and replied, "Master, I found it in third senior brother's bedroom." Sun Xinjing's eyes narrowed and his face turned ashen. He looked around and didn't see Zhong Laji, so he asked, "Where's Zhong Laji?" Bai Jianmu hurriedly replied, "Master, third senior brother is still searching up there." After hearing Bai Jianmu's answer, Sun Xinjing snorted coldly. "What are you still investigating? Hurry up and tell him to come down and see me." Bai Jianmu hurriedly responded and led Liu Huarong to the second floor. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Third senior brother, master is looking for you. Come down quickly." After Bai Jianmu left, Sun Xinjing sat back down on the chair and checked the box in his hand. When he saw the box clearly, Sun Xinjing's face changed again. This box was made by Sun Xinjing himself. The entire box was made of bronze. There was no open lock on the outside, only a secret lock on the lid. As for the method to open the lid, only Sun Xinjing knew. Sun Xinjing was a trap master. He was sure that no one could open this bronze box that he made. It was true that no one could open it using normal methods. However, there were signs that someone had forcefully pried open the lid of the bronze box. It was indeed so. Sun Xinjing only took the lid of the box and gently lifted it, and the lid was opened. The tightly designed secret lock had long been broken by someone. After Sun Xinjing opened the bronze box and saw the situation inside, his face turned pale and his hands trembled uncontrollably. There was nothing in the bronze box. Sun Xinjing remembered very clearly that the blueprint was hidden in this box. This proved that the blueprint had been taken away by someone. Who was the person who took the blueprint? There was no need to guess. Zhong Laji. The box was found in Zhong Laji's room. Sun Xinjing couldn't think of anyone else who could take the blueprint other than Zhong Laji. Zhong Meng didn't know what happened. He only heard that some precious blueprint was lost. Now, looking at Sun Xinjing's expression, Zhong Meng understood. It must be something that he hid in the box that was stolen. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng's heart suddenly moved. He remembered what the person said just now. The box was found in Zhong Laji's bedroom. This meant that Zhong Laji was the one who stole the blueprint. However, Zhong Meng felt that something was wrong. When he first came, he didn't think that Zhong Laji would steal the blueprint. Not only that, after Zhong Laji heard what he said, he immediately looked for his master to investigate the matter. Would such a person steal the blueprint? Zhong Meng thought of this and couldn't help but reject this thought. If Zhong Laji really stole the blueprint, he should try his best not to mention it. Why would he get himself into trouble then? If he didn't care about this matter, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to him. Wouldn't that be safer? More importantly, Zhong Meng felt that Zhong Laji wasn't an idiot. At least, he wasn't an idiot who would hide the stolen item in such an obvious place. Under normal circumstances, as a machine engineer, Zhong Laji would definitely hide the item in the most secretive place. If a machine engineer's hidden item could be easily found by others, he wouldn't be considered a machine engineer. Even for a machine engineer, it wasn't an easy task to find another machine engineer's hidden item. How long did it take? Zhong Meng remembered clearly that the time taken by these people was too short. It didn't make sense for them to be able to find a machine engineer's hidden item in such a short period of time. Very quickly, footsteps were heard from the second floor again. Then, the four of them walked down the stairs together. Just as they reached the bottom of the stairs, Zhong Laji saw the bronze box in Sun Xinjing's hands. He was delighted at first, but then, his face turned pale. When everyone arrived, Zhong Laji remembered very clearly that his master didn't have this bronze box with him. However, his master had this box with him now. More importantly, everyone knew that this bronze box was the box that his master kept the blueprint in. It was a good thing that they found the bronze box. However, they found it in his own residence. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji slowed down his footsteps. He turned his head to look at Bai Jianmu and saw that Bai Jianmu was looking at him with a cold smile. "Third senior brother, hurry up and leave. Master is still waiting for you." After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Zhong Laji suddenly had an idea. However, he didn't say anything and walked towards his master again. Just as Zhong Laji walked in front of Sun Xinjing, He saw Sun Xinjing throw the bronze box in his hands in front of him. Zhonglaji, take a look at what this is. The box in Sun Xinjing's hands fell to the ground and rolled a few times before stopping in front of Zhonglaji. Seeing his master's rage, Zhonglaji was shocked. He hurriedly bent down to pick up the box and respectfully presented it with both hands. Master, why are you looking for me? After Sun Xinjing heard Zhonglaji's words, he coldly snorted and pointed at the box in Zhonglaji's hand. Zhonglaji, look at what you've done. Chapter 219. Hearing Sun Xinjing's angry rebuke, Zhonglaji was shocked and hurriedly asked, Master, what the hell is going on? Sun Xinjing slammed the table and said angrily, Zhonglaji, how dare you ask me what's going on? Open the box and take a look. After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhonglaji couldn't care less. He hurriedly lifted the lid and looked inside the box. When he saw the situation inside the box, he couldn't help but exclaim, Nothing. After the exclamation, Zhonglaji hurriedly looked up at Sun Xinjing and asked, Master, where's the blueprint in the box? This time, before Sun Xinjing could answer, Bai Jianmu said coldly, Third senior brother, where's the blueprint? I think we should ask you. After Zhonglaji heard Bai Jianmu's words, he immediately flew into a rage. He suddenly turned around and pointed at Bai Jianmu, angrily saying, Bai Jianmu, don't talk nonsense. How would I know where the blueprint in the box is? After hearing Zhonglaji's answer, Sun Xinjing snorted coldly, Zhonglaji, don't forget that this box was found in your bedroom. How could you ask someone else where the blueprint is? Hearing this, Zhonglaji was shocked. He suddenly knelt on the ground and shouted, Master, this has nothing to do with me. I didn't steal the blueprint. Before Zhonglaji could finish his explanation, he was interrupted by a somewhat impatient Sun Xinjing. Sun Xinjing turned to look at Bai Jianmu and said, Tell me how you found the box. Hearing this, Bai Jianmu hurriedly replied, Master, I went to search third senior brother's bedroom with junior brother Liu. As a result, we found this bronze box under his bed. Speaking of this, Bai Jianmu paused for a moment before continuing, Junior brother Liu can testify for me on this matter. After hearing Bai Jianmu's answer, Sun Xinjing slowly turned to Zhonglaji and asked coldly, Zhonglaji, what else do you want to say? When Zhonglaji heard the conversation between Bai Jianmu and Sun Xinjing, he was so scared that his face turned ashen. He cursed in his heart. Why was there a bronze box in his bedroom? Master, I definitely didn't steal the blueprints. You can only swear to the heavens that there must be a reason for this. Please investigate it. Hearing this, Sun Xinjing suddenly sighed and said slowly, Zhonglaji, I'll give you a chance now. If you hand over the blueprint now, I can let bygones be bygones and forgive you this time. Sun Xinjing knew that the most important thing now was not to punish anyone, but to find the blueprint. As long as he could find the blueprint, nothing else mattered. As long as Zhonglaji took out the blueprint now, Sun Xinjing would definitely not punish him severely. At most, he would really expel him from the sect. As soon as Sun Xinjing's voice fell, Bai Jianmu spoke first, Third senior apprentice brother, Master has already been extremely benevolent to you. Hurry up and take out the blueprints. Master will definitely not punish you severely. Hurry up and take them out, so that Master won't worry. After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Zhonglaji's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly pointed at Bai Jianmu and shouted, Master, it must be him. Bai Jianmu framed me. I didn't steal the blueprint. Bai Jianmu must have deliberately put the bronze box in my room when he went to search my room. Master, I would never do such a thing. After hearing Zhonglaji's explanation, Sun Xinjing turned to look at Bai Jianmu, but he didn't say anything. He just stared at Bai Jianmu. Seeing this, Bai Jianmu hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Master, when I searched the room, junior brother Liu was watching. If third senior brother insists that I framed him, I have nothing to say. I can only ask junior brother Liu to testify for me. As soon as Bai Jianmu finished speaking, Liu Huarong stepped forward and cupped his fists. Master, I can testify for senior brother Bai that this bronze box was indeed found under third senior brother's bed. Senior brother Bai definitely didn't frame third senior brother. Master, please investigate. Hearing Liu Huarong's words, Sun Xinjing nodded. He turned his eyes back to Zhonglaji and asked slowly, Zhonglaji, Now that things have come to this, what else do you have to say? After hearing Bai Jianmu and Liu Huarong's words, Zhong Leji already knew that things were not good. If it was only Bai Jianmu alone, it would be easy to deal with. But with Liu Huarong, it would be difficult to deal with this matter. Zhong Leji never expected that Bai Jianmu would want to search his room first. It turned out that he had this idea. However, even if he knew that Bai Jianmu had this idea, Zhong Leji still couldn't do anything. Thinking of the consequences of this matter, Zhong Leji's heart gradually sank, as if it had sunk into a 1,000-year-old ice cellar. Seeing that Zhong Leji didn't answer his question, Sun Xinjing said loudly, "Zhong Leji, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't take out the blueprint, don't blame me for not respecting our relationship as master and disciple." Zhong Leji wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said loudly, "Master, if I was the one who stole the blueprint, why would I be so careless as to put the box in his room? Master, don't you think this is suspicious?" When Sun Xinjing heard this, he was suddenly startled. A trace of doubt rose in his heart, and he gradually awoke from his rage. Zhong Leji was right. If Zhong Leji really stole the blueprint, why would he put the bronze box in his room? If it was for safety, he should have destroyed the bronze box long ago. As long as Zhong Leji destroyed the bronze box, Bai Jianmu naturally wouldn't be able to find this evidence today. Could it be? Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing turned to look at Bai Jianmu, puzzled. Seeing Sun Xinjing looking at him, Bai Jianmu knew that his master was suspecting him, so he hurriedly said, "Master, you're right. This bronze box was found in third senior brother's bedroom. This is absolutely true, and you can't deny it. As for why third senior brother didn't destroy the bronze box, but left it in his room, this is also very easy to explain." Speaking of this, Bai Jianmu turned to look at Zhong Leji and said with a cold smile, "Third senior brother, you left this bronze box behind because you want to frame someone at a critical moment to achieve your goal, right? You found this bronze box today because you didn't expect that someone would come to search it today, so you were careless and let me catch you red-handed. Third senior brother, I'm right, right?" After listening to Bai Jianmu's words, Zhong Leji was so angry that he wanted to beat Bai Jianmu into a pulp to vent his anger. However, this was just his imagination. If he really did that, he was afraid that this matter would be settled. Sun Xinjing would then think that he had attacked Bai Jianmu out of anger and humiliation. Chapter 220. After Sun Xinjing heard Bai Jianmu's words, although he still had doubts in his heart, he had to admit that Bai Jianmu's words were very reasonable. This bronze box was really useful. Just like what Bai Jianmu had said, Zhong Leji could use this bronze box to frame others at a critical moment. That was why he kept it. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing's gaze turned cold again. He turned to look at Zhong Leji and shouted sternly, "Zhong Leji, are you really not going to take out the blueprint?" Hearing this, Zhong Leji hurriedly bowed to his master and said loudly, "Master, I really didn't take the blueprint. Someone must be framing me. That's right, it must be Bai Jianmu. He must have suggested searching everyone's rooms to frame me. Master, I'm innocent. I didn't steal the blueprint." Seeing that Zhong Leji was unwilling to take out the blueprint, Bai Jianmu took a step forward and whispered to Sun Xinjing, "Master, the blueprint is very important. In my opinion, if you only ask third senior brother to take out the blueprint, he definitely won't do it." Speaking of this, Bai Jianmu paused. He turned to look at Zhong Leji and sneered before continuing, "Master, why don't you let me use some tricks to ask him?" After Sun Xinjing heard Bai Jianmu's words, he was suddenly stunned. He naturally knew what Bai Jianmu meant. The tricks Bai Jianmu mentioned were nothing more than torturing Zhong Leji. However, was that appropriate? Seeing that Sun Xinjing was hesitating, Bai Jianmu hurriedly said again, "Master, this blueprint is really too important to our sect. I think that in order to get it back as soon as possible, it wouldn't be too much even if we use some tricks. After all, this blueprint is too important. Master, please make a decision." This time, without waiting for Sun Xinjing's reply, Zhong Leji had already been enraged by Bai Jianmu. At this moment, Zhong Leji couldn't care less. He suddenly stood up and rushed toward Bai Jianmu while roaring at the same time, "Bai Jianmu, you despicable person, I'll kill you." Who would have thought that when Zhong Leji rushed in front of Bai Jianmu, he would be hit by Bai Jianmu's fist? Zhong Leji screamed and staggered back 3 or 4 steps before falling to the ground. Although Bai Jianmu threw a punch in a panic, the strength of his fist was not small. After Zhong Leji was hit by this punch, he fell to the ground. Although he struggled to stand up, he only felt incomparable pain in his body. For a moment, he actually couldn't stand up. Looking at Zhong Leji, who had fallen to the ground, Bai Jianmu snorted coldly and said slowly, "Third senior brother, I found out that you stole the blueprint. That's why you want to take revenge on me." At this point, Bai Jianmu turned to look at Sun Xinjing and clasped his fists. "Master, if it wasn't for the fact that I know some martial arts, I'm afraid that I would have been killed by the angry third senior brother. Master, please make a decision as soon as possible to prevent undue delay." Sun Xinjing didn't feel good when he saw Zhong Leji lying on the ground. He treated these disciples as if they were his own sons, and he never owed them anything. However, Zhong Leji was willing to betray him for the sake of a blueprint. No, there was also Yi Xian. If Zhong Leji was the one who stole the blueprint, then it must have been Yi Xian who told him where the blueprint was placed. Yi Xian, his most trusted disciple, betrayed him now. Thinking that these two people betrayed him for a blueprint, Sun Xinjing only felt a sense of desolation in his heart. This desolation slowly turned into anger. Looking at Zhong Leji, who had fallen to the ground, Sun Xinjing suddenly slammed the table and shouted, "Zhong Leji, if you don't take out the blueprint, you'll have to suffer." Zhong Leji tried several times but couldn't stand up. He could only lie on the ground and say, "Master, I really didn't do it." As soon as Zhong Leji said this, he saw Sun Xinjing looking at Bai Jianmu. He knew that something bad was going to happen and hurriedly shouted, "Master, this disciple is really innocent. It really has nothing to do with me. It must be Bai Jianmu who wanted to frame me. That's why he was able to find the bronze box in my room. Right, it must have been Bai Jianmu who stole the blueprint. Otherwise, how could he have the bronze box?" Just now, Sun Xinjing turned to look at Bai Jianmu, wanting him to use some tricks to make Zhong Leji take out the blueprint. However, after hearing Zhong Leji's words, Sun Xinjing felt a sense of doubt again. Although the bronze box was found in Zhong Leji's room, if it was really like what Zhong Leji said, that Bai Jianmu deliberately framed him, didn't it mean that Bai Jianmu was the one who stole the blueprint? Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing felt even more puzzled. Yi Xian and Zhong Leji were suspected of stealing the blueprint, but so was Bai Jianmu. If Bai Jianmu stole the blueprint and made everyone think that Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprint, then he framed Zhong Leji and took the opportunity to drag Zhong Leji down with him. As long as Yi Xian and Zhong Leji became suspects, then Bai Jianmu would benefit the most. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing felt even more suspicious. However, when Bai Jianmu found the bronze box, Liu Huarong testified. If Bai Jianmu stole the blueprint and framed Zhong Leji with the bronze box, then why did Liu Huarong testify for him? Could it be that there was something wrong with Liu Huarong? Sun Xinjing felt that this problem was getting more and more complicated. If Zhong Leji was not the one who stole the blueprint, then was it really Bai Jianmu who stole the blueprint? Bai Jianmu saw that Sun Xinjing was just looking at him without saying anything, and in his heart he had a bad feeling, and hurriedly said, "Master, the bronze box was definitely found in third senior apprentice brother's room. This point, junior apprentice brother Liu can testify for this disciple. In addition, I don't know where you put the blueprint. Even if you want me to steal the blueprint, I can't do it. Master, please investigate. This matter must have been done by Yi Xian and third senior brother. Disciple suspects that the reason why I was able to find the bronze box at third senior brother's place was because third senior brother deliberately let me find it." Hearing this, Sun Xinjing's heart suddenly moved. Bai Jianmu continued, "Master, I originally wanted to search the study, but third senior brother asked me to search the bedroom, so he went to search the study himself. I suspect that third senior brother deliberately did this. He wanted me to find the bronze box, then take the opportunity to frame me. Otherwise, why would the bronze box be found so easily? I think, no matter who it is, it's impossible to put such an important thing in such an obvious place. Master, disciple suspects that the reason why we were able to find the bronze box so smoothly was because of third senior brother. He purposely placed the bronze box in an obvious place under the bed so that disciple could find it and achieve his goal of framing me. Chapter 221. After listening to Bai Zhenmu's words, Sun Xinjing also nodded secretly. If what Bai Zhenmu said was true, it was very possible. Zhong Laji deliberately let Bai Zhenmu find the bronze box and then said that Bai Zhenmu was framing him. Although there was a certain danger in doing so, there was also a high chance of success. Once it succeeded, Bai Zhenmu would be the one who stole the blueprint and achieve his goal. Although there was such a possibility, the danger of this method was too high. Under such circumstances, 90% of the people would believe that Zhong Laji was the one who stole the blueprint. If he used this method to frame Bai Zhenmu, wouldn't it be too dangerous? If this plan failed, wouldn't he be the one who stole the blueprint? Seeing a hint of hesitation in his master's eyes, Zhong Laji hurriedly said loudly, "Master, don't believe his words. If I stole the blueprint, even if I wanted to frame Bai Zhenmu, I would never use such a stupid method. I would definitely think of a safer way." Bai Zhenmu heard this and sneered, "Third senior brother, how could a person who dared to steal master's blueprint be afraid of danger? Don't you know that the more dangerous something is, the easier it is for people to believe it? If you use other methods to frame me, although you will be safe, people will be doubtful. However, if you use this method to frame me, as long as it succeeds, not only will you be free from suspicion, but you will also be able to save Yi Xian and achieve your ultimate goal. As for me, I will be framed as the one who stole the blueprint." Speaking of this, Bai Zhenmu turned his head again to look at Sun Xinjing and clasped his fist. "Master, I believe that the blueprint must be stolen by third senior brother and Yi Xian. If master believes me, let me use some tricks to make third senior brother take out the blueprint. Isn't that the best way?" After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, Sun Xinjing hesitated in his heart. The words of these two people had a certain degree of logic. But how should he decide? The key now was to find the blueprint as soon as possible. But who stole the blueprint? If he let Bai Zhenmu use some tricks on Zhong Laji, what if it wasn't Zhong Laji who stole the blueprint? Or rather, what if Bai Zhenmu stole the blueprint and he thought it was Zhong Laji who stole it? What should he do if he let Bai Zhenmu torture Zhong Laji? At this moment, Sun Xinjing didn't speak. No one dared to speak. Everyone was waiting for Sun Xinjing's decision. However, Sun Xinjing was hesitating now. He didn't know who stole the blueprint. Could he lock Zhong Laji and Bai Zhenmu in the Repentance Pavilion? Zhong Laji was the culprit was the one who stole? The culprit was the one who stole the blueprint was the culprit. Was the culprit was the culprit, who was the culprit, purposely put the blame was the culprit. Although both of them were suspects, it did not seem appropriate to lock them up in the Repentance Pavilion. Just when Sun Xinjing was hesitating, he heard a voice in his ear. "Branch leader Sun, is this matter very difficult to handle?" After Sun Xinjing heard this sentence, he suddenly woke up from his contemplation. He turned his head and looked at the source of the voice. He saw that the person who spoke was Prince Zhong. Sun Xinjing was too excited just now. He forgot that there were two guests here. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing said to Zhong Meng apologetically, "Prince Zhong, our sect has some matters to deal with. Please take a rest first. After we deal with these matters, I will send someone to invite the two of you. We will discuss your matter in detail." Zhong Meng listened to Sun Xinjing's answer and nodded. He turned his head and glanced at Zhong Laji and Bai Zhenmu. Then, he looked at Sun Xinjing again and said with a smile, "Branch leader Sun, are you thinking about who is the culprit?" Sun Xinjing listened to Zhong Meng's words and nodded. "Indeed." Zhong Meng said, "Actually, branch leader Sun doesn't need to be so worried. This matter is very simple. You just need to ask and you will know who is lying." Sun Xinjing heard this and his eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly asked, "Prince Zhong, how should I ask?" After listening to Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng was about to speak when Bai Zhenmu suddenly asked, "May I ask if this young master is a member of our sect?" After listening to Bai Zhenmu's question, Zhong Meng shook his head. "No, I am here to ask someone to build a house for me." Bai Zhenmu heard this and nodded. He turned to a disciple next to him and said loudly, "You, go and take this young master to rest." After instructing the disciple, Bai Jianmu turned his head to look at Zhong Meng and said with a smile, "This young master, it's not convenient for outsiders to interfere in our sect's affairs. I ask this young master to take a rest first. After we've dealt with the matters here, we'll entertain you." After saying this, Bai Jianmu stretched out his hand and made a gesture to Zhong Meng. Seeing this, Zhong Meng shook his head. "There is no need to rest. You are too slow in dealing with matters here. My matter is very urgent, so I want to help you and quickly deal with the matters here so that I can deal with my matter." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Bai Jianmu sneered. Then, he slowly walked towards Zhong Meng. As he walked, he sneered, "This must be Prince Zhong. Didn't your elders teach you that it is very impolite to meddle in other people's affairs?" After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Zhong Meng was a little unhappy. He was kind enough to help, and even Sun Xinjing agreed. This guy was still talking nonsense here. Not only that, he even said that his elders did not teach him well. This made Zhong Meng a little embarrassed. Bai Jianmu sneered and came to Zhong Meng's side. He stretched out his hand and patted Zhong Meng's shoulder. In a cold voice, he said, "Prince Zhong, I think you should go and rest quickly. You can't meddle in the matters here." As he spoke, Bai Jianmu grabbed Zhong Meng's shoulder tightly and pulled him to the side. Then, he turned his head and said to the disciple who came over, "Send this young master to rest." According to Bai Jianmu's plan, he would push Zhong Meng to the side with one hand and then let the disciple take Zhong Meng to rest. This matter would be over. Even if he angered Zhong Meng, at most, he would apologize in the future and say more good words. In short, today's matter could not be ruined by others. Bai Jianmu had waited for so long and finally carried out the plan. Seeing that it was about to succeed, how could he allow others to ruin it? For this plan, Bai Jianmu could do anything. As long as he achieved his goal, he felt that it was worth it. As for what others thought, it had nothing to do with him. Chapter 222. Although Bai Jianmu's plan was very good, the development of the matter was completely different from what he had imagined. He grabbed Zhong Meng's hand and exerted force, but he realized that the other party did not even move. Bai Jianmu was shocked and hurriedly exerted more force. However, the other party still did not react at all and was still looking at him with a smile. Seeing the smile on Zhong Meng's face, Bai Jianmu was a little annoyed. He suddenly raised his other hand and grabbed Zhong Meng's other shoulder. At the same time, he exerted force with both hands and pushed forward forcefully, wanting to push Zhong Meng back to his original position. Unfortunately, Zhong Meng, who was not very strong, was like a stone pillar. He still did not move at all. Not only that, even the smile on his face did not seem to have changed. When Bai Jianmu saw this scene, he was shocked. He quickly let go of his hand and took 2 steps back, looking at Zhong Meng in surprise. If Zhong Meng's face showed a strained expression, he would still dare to continue trying. However, Zhong Meng's face did not change at all. The force he used just now was like a breeze, having no effect at all. Others might not know, but Bai Jianmu himself was quite clear. When he grabbed Zhong Meng with both hands and pushed with all his might, he had used almost all his strength, but the other party did not change at all. What did this mean? It meant that the other party's strength was definitely not inferior to his. The reason why Bai Jianmu dared to shout at Zhong Laji was that he was not afraid of Zhong Laji. In the South County branch, Bai Jianmu was not afraid of anyone because it was no exaggeration to say that he was the person with the highest martial arts skills here. If Bai Jianmu wanted to deal with Zhong Laji, he only needed to use one hand to beat Zhong Laji up. Therefore, he did not put Zhong Laji in his eyes. However, facing the unfathomable Zhong Meng, Bai Jianmu was a little hesitant. If he could avoid offending such an enemy, it was better to get along peacefully. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu hurriedly raised his hand, cupped his fists towards Zhong Meng, and said with a smile, "This little brother, this matter that has happened in our sect is of great importance, so I would like to ask little brother to leave for a moment. After dealing with this matter, I will apologize in person, so I hope little brother can forgive me. Please." After saying this, Bai Jianmu modestly gestured to Zhong Meng. At the same time, he signaled to the disciples behind Zhong Meng with his eyes. The disciple standing next to Zhong Meng hurriedly bowed to Zhong Meng after seeing Bai Jianmu's signal and said, "Mister, please." Seeing this, Zhong Meng waved his hand indifferently. No need, I can stay here. Seeing that Zhong Meng had no intention of leaving, Bai Jianmu could not help but frown. He hurriedly cupped his fists again and said, Little brother, you also know the rules. It is better not to interfere in other people's sect matters, lest you break the rules. After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Zhong Meng waved his hand again. You don't have to be polite. Your branch leader has already said that I can stay, so this is not considered breaking the rules. When Bai Jianmu heard this, he was about to speak when Sun Xinjing suddenly said, All right, let him stay. After saying this, Sun Xinjing waved his hand at Zhong Meng and said with a smile, Prince Zhong, sit here. When Zhong Meng heard this, he nodded and no longer paid attention to Bai Jianmu. He quickly walked to Sun Xinjing and found a seat to sit down. After seeing Zhong Meng sit down, Sun Xinjing slowly asked, Prince Zhong, just now, you said that as long as we interrogate them, we will know who is faking it. After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Zhong Meng smiled and nodded, Of course, for such things, as long as we ask, it will naturally be clear. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing's eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly asked, Prince Zhong, are you confident? Zhong Meng nodded again and said with a smile, This is a very simple matter, of course I am confident. After hearing Zhong Meng's answer, Sun Xinjing was suddenly overjoyed. He slammed the table and said with a smile, Well, I will let you handle this matter. What do you think, is this okay? Zhong Meng nodded, no problem. The reason why Sun Xinjing let Zhong Meng handle this matter was not because he trusted Zhong Meng, but because he really had no other choice. The several disciples each had their own reasons, and these words were very reasonable in Sun Xinjing's ears. The key problem now was that Bai Jianmu found the bronze box that contained the blueprint in Zhong Laji's room. However, Zhong Laji did not admit that the box was from his room. Bai Jianmu was certain that this thing was from Zhong Laji's room. Between these two opinions, Sun Xinjing didn't know who to believe. Bai Jianmu found the bronze box that contained the blueprint in Zhong Laji's room. The key was that he had a witness. When he went to search the room, Liu Huarong and he searched together. Liu Huarong could testify for him that the bronze box containing the blueprint was indeed found in Zhong Laji's room. The evidence was conclusive. Logically speaking, Zhong Laji should not quibble anymore. However, he turned around and said that Bai Jianmu was suspicious. The reason why he could find the bronze box in his room was that he deliberately put it in the room and used it to frame him. Not only that, Zhong Laji also believed that the blueprint was Bai Jianmu's. Otherwise, Bai Jianmu wouldn't have the bronze box. Looking at the expressions of the two, it didn't seem like they were lying. However, in such a tit-for-tat matter, one of them must be lying. The question was, who was the lying person? Now, the bronze box containing the blueprint had been found. Next, as long as he found out who was lying, he should be able to find the blueprint. Most importantly, who was the lying person? On this point, Sun Xinjing couldn't be sure. Now, nothing was important. The most important thing was to get the blueprint back. Since he couldn't do it, and Zhong Meng said that he had a way, then he would let him try. Anyway, he wouldn't lose anything. It was also because of these reasons that Sun Xinjing decided to believe Zhong Meng's words and let Zhong Meng investigate this case for him. He wanted to find out who was lying and who was the disciple who stole his blueprint. Although Zhong Meng didn't have a complete understanding of this matter, he had heard about it from the other disciples before coming here. Then, he came to Zhong Laji's place and listened to Zhong Laji's explanation. Thus, he more or less understood the whole matter. Just now, he had been watching from the side. Naturally, he knew what happened clearly. The person who pushed him found the bronze box in the room of the person lying on the ground. What everyone was arguing about was who was lying. This bronze box was placed in the room by the person lying on the ground. And the person who pushed him deliberately framed the person lying on the ground. Chapter 223. This was where the dispute lay. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng waved his hand at Bai Jianmu and Zhong Laji and said loudly, Okay, come here. Let me ask you. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Bai Jianmu's gaze turned cold. However, when he turned to look at his master who was sitting at the head of the table, he clenched his teeth and quickly walked over to Zhong Meng. At this moment, Zhong Laji had already recovered a lot. He sat up from the ground. After hearing Zhong Meng's shout, Mai Guangji quickly stepped forward to help Zhong Laji up and brought him in front of Zhong Meng. Seeing that the two of them were already in front of him, Zhong Meng turned his head to look at Bai Zhenmu. He pointed to the bronze box on the ground and asked, "You found this bronze box in his room, right?" Bai Zhenmu didn't say anything and just nodded. Seeing Bai Zhenmu nod, Zhong Meng turned to look at Zhong Laji and asked, "Did you find that bronze box in your room? Or should I say, is that bronze box yours?" Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Zhong Laji immediately shook his head and said loudly, "No, that bronze box doesn't belong to me. I didn't steal the blueprint." After hearing Zhong Laji's answer, Zhong Meng nodded and said, "You mean that bronze box doesn't belong to you?" But, speaking of this, Zhong Meng paused for a moment. He pointed at Bai Zhenmu and continued, "Didn't you hear him say that he found it in your room?" Hearing this, Zhong Laji hurriedly answered loudly, "He's talking nonsense. That bronze box doesn't belong to me. He wants to frame me with it." After hearing Zhong Laji's answer, Zhong Meng frowned and said, "You said that he framed you. Do you have any reason or evidence?" After listening to Zhong Meng's question, Zhong Laji was stunned. For a while, he couldn't answer Zhong Meng's question. Just now, when everyone went to search, they split up into groups of two. Zhong Laji and Tang Jianan were in the same group. Bai Zhenmu and Liu Huarong were in the same group. They searched their own rooms, so naturally, they couldn't see what each other was doing. Needless to say, there was no evidence to prove that Bai Zhenmu had framed him. Seeing that Zhong Laji didn't answer his question, Zhong Meng asked again, "Since there's no evidence to prove that he's framing you, it means that this thing should be yours, right?" After Zhong Laji heard Zhong Meng's words, he suddenly became anxious and said loudly, "Prince Zhong, I'm not that kind of person. Think about it, if I really stole the blueprint, why would I ask my master to reinvestigate this matter? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Young Master Zhong, think about it carefully. When you first arrived, wasn't it me who went to look for master and gathered everyone?" After hearing Zhong Laji's words, Zhong Meng nodded and said, "You're right, that's true. But even so, it doesn't prove that the bronze box doesn't belong to you." This time, without waiting for Zhong Meng to speak, Bai Zhenmu had already spoken first. "Young Master Zhong, you are absolutely right. What he did, he probably did it for you to see. Third senior brother did this so that no one would suspect him. That's why he asked his master to gather everyone." Speaking up to this point, Bai Zhenmu paused and turned to look at Zhong Laji. He said loudly, "Third senior brother, before this, the biggest suspect was Yi Xian. Naturally, no one would suspect you. What you did will only make everyone less suspicious of you. What about you, third senior brother? Can you use this opportunity to carry out your plan?" Zhong Laji was furious after hearing Bai Zhenmu's words. He roared in a hoarse voice, "You're talking nonsense. What plan do I have? I asked Master to gather everyone just to find out who stole the blueprints. What plan do I have? What purpose do I have?" Bai Zhenmu didn't get angry when he heard Zhong Laji's shouting. He just smiled faintly and turned to look at Zhong Meng. "Prince Zhong, you've just arrived here, so you don't know what's going on here. Only Yi Xian knows where my master put the blueprint. The others don't know where my master put it. So, the blueprint can only be stolen by Yi Xian. But what's Yi Xian's motive for stealing the blueprint? Prince Zhong, you might not know. My master is about to resign from his position as the branch leader, so the position will be empty. Yi Xian wants to be the branch leader, so he stole my master's blueprint to frame someone else. He wants to get rid of his rival so he can be the branch leader more securely. Of course, when Yi Xian stole the drawing, he had already thought about it. If the drawing was lost, as the only one who knew where it was kept, he would definitely be suspected. Therefore, after stealing the drawing, he left it with third senior brother. Then he asked third senior brother to work for him outside and get rid of his competitors. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't expect third senior brother to be too careless. Or maybe he didn't expect us to search his room so quickly. That's why we found the bronze box with the blueprint. After saying this, Bai Zhenmu glanced coldly at Zhong Laji. When Zhong Laji heard Bai Zhenmu's words, he immediately flew into a rage. He pointed at Bai Jianmu and roared loudly. Bai Jianmu, you despicable person. You stole the blueprint and now you're framing me as the thief. Before Zhong Laji could finish his words, Bai Jianmu suddenly shouted, Zhong Laji, now that the evidence is conclusive, you still dare to quibble. Do you think everyone is a fool? After Bai Jianmu finished speaking, Liu Huarong also stepped forward and said, Third senior brother, a man dares to take responsibility for his actions. Since you dared to steal the blueprint, you should admit it. Why do you have to be like this? You don't even dare to admit it. You even want to frame someone else. Third senior brother, wake up. Don't go astray and do something that will betray the sect. Hearing Liu Huarong's words, Zhong Laji was so angry that he couldn't speak. He raised his hand and pointed at Liu Huarong. Liu Huarong, I didn't expect you to be such a despicable person. You even came out with Bai Jianmu to deceive people. I was wrong about you. As soon as Zhong Laji's voice fell, Tang Jianan also jumped out and said loudly, Third junior brother, since the bronze box with the blueprint was found in your room, it can be regarded as conclusive evidence. Just admit it. If you take out the blueprint now, for the sake of our previous friendship, Master will not punish you severely. Third junior brother, I beg you. Don't do something that will betray the sect. After saying this, Tang Jianan felt that it wasn't enough, so he cupped his fists and bowed deeply to Zhong Laji. After hearing Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong's words, Bai Jianmu turned to look at Zhong Laji and said coldly. Chapter 224. Bai Jianmu said coldly, Third senior brother, just admit it. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer later. When that time comes, you won't be able to live with your pride. Bah. After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Zhong Laji suddenly spat on the ground and cursed loudly, Bai Jianmu, you despicable person. Put away your tricks. I won't admit it even if I die. Just give up on it. After hearing Zhong Laji's answer, Bai Jianmu's eyes flashed coldly. He turned to look at Zhong Meng and said with a smile, Prince Zhong, now that the evidence is conclusive, but third senior brother still doesn't dare to admit it. I think it's better to use some tricks on him and make him hand over the blueprint. That way, we won't waste any more time. Although Bai Jianmu's words were said calmly, in Zhong Laji's ears, it was like the roar of a demon. It made his heart turn cold. He naturally knew about the tricks that Bai Jianmu was talking about. To put it bluntly, Bai Jianmu wanted to use torture on him to make him confess. Thinking about Bai Jianmu's methods, Zhong Laji couldn't help but shudder. Although he wasn't weak, under Bai Jianmu's methods, he really couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't confess. This matter had nothing to do with Zhong Laji. He didn't gain any benefits, so naturally, he didn't need to bear this responsibility. If this matter was pushed to Yi Xian, then all the problems would be solved. Zhong Laji knew very well that this was the result that Bai Jianmu wanted. As long as he identified Yi Xian as the person who stole the blueprint, then he would immediately be safe. However, could he really do that? If he identified Yi Xian as the person who stole the blueprint, it would be easy to say, but the consequences would be quite serious. Yi Xian's life would probably be over. Bai Jianmu found the bronze box that contained the blueprint in his room. From that moment on, Zhong Laji already knew that this matter was definitely done by Bai Jianmu. Even if Bai Jianmu didn't steal the blueprint personally, he probably couldn't get away with it. Since Bai Jianmu was the person who stole the drawings, then Yi Xian, who was locked in the Repent Pavilion, naturally couldn't be the person who stole the drawings. If he identified Yi Xian as the person who stole the blueprints, would his conscience be at ease? Zhong Laji admitted that although he wasn't a righteous person, he really couldn't do something like distorting the truth and framing others. However, if he didn't do this, Bai Jianmu would use some tricks on him. At that time, would he really be able to endure? Thinking of these questions, Zhong Laji felt his body getting colder and colder, as if he had fallen into a 1,000-year-old ice cellar. He was almost frozen solid. After listening to Bai Jianmu's words, Zhong Meng nodded and said with a smile, "You are right. At the critical moment, using some small tricks can indeed play an unexpected role." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Bai Jianmu was immediately overjoyed. As long as Zhong Meng agreed to use some small tricks, he was 100% sure that he could make Zhong Laji admit that Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprints. Not only that, but Zhong Laji would also admit that he was in cahoots with Yi Xian and that he had something to do with the matter of the blueprints. Bai Jianmu had this confidence because he had the ability to do so. As long as Zhong Laji identified Yi Xian as the person who stole the blueprints, then all his plans would succeed perfectly. The position of the branch leader could only belong to Bai Jianmu. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu, who had always been calm, became a little excited. He hurriedly cupped his fists at Zhong Meng and said with a laugh, "Since Prince Zhong agrees with my view, then I will let Prince Zhong see how long Zhong Laji can last." Ha ha! At the end of his sentence, Bai Jianmu couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh. Success was right in front of him. As long as he used some small tricks, Bai Jianmu believed that even if Zhong Laji was made of iron, he would still be able to make him talk. After a while, Bai Jianmu stopped laughing. He turned around and sneered as he slowly walked towards Zhong Laji. When he was in front of Zhong Laji, Bai Jianmu said coldly, "Zhong Laji, in order to find the blueprints as soon as possible, don't blame me for being ruthless." After saying this, Bai Jianmu slowly raised his hand. He was prepared to subdue Zhong Laji first before using some tricks to make Zhong Laji confess. Seeing Bai Jianmu slowly raise his hand, Zhong Laji only felt the cold sweat on his forehead increasing. His heart was getting colder and colder. He wanted to resist, but he also knew that it was useless. They had been fellow disciples for so many years. Zhong Laji knew Bai Jianmu's martial arts very well. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Bai Jianmu could defeat him with just one finger. The difference in strength between the two of them was so great that Zhong Laji couldn't resist even if he wanted to. Moreover, when Bai Jianmu said that he would use some tricks, his master and Prince Zhong didn't object. The two of them didn't object, which meant that they tacitly agreed to this matter. Under such circumstances, if he resisted, the consequences would be very serious. However, if he didn't resist, the consequences would be even more serious. If he couldn't withstand Bai Jianmu's tricks and said something that he shouldn't say, then it would be terrible. However, could he resist? Even if he used all his strength, it would be useless. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji sighed in his heart. Then, he closed his eyes. He didn't blame his master for this matter because the bronze box that contained the blueprints was indeed found by Bai Jianmu in his room. If it were him, he would also suspect that he stole the blueprints. The person Zhong Laji hated was Bai Jianmu because he already knew that the person who stole the blueprints must have had the bronze box. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a bronze box that contained the blueprints. This meant that Bai Jianmu must be the person who stole the blueprints. Thinking of this, the person who stole the blueprints became the person who used some tricks, and he became the suspect of stealing the blueprints. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji's heart was in turmoil, but there was nothing he could do. Since his master had agreed to let Bai Jianmu use some tricks, then it was meaningless for him to say anything else. At this moment, Zhong Laji knew that other than clenching his teeth and persevering, he had no other way to deal with the situation in front of him. Wait a minute. Just when Bai Jianmu was about to make a move, he suddenly heard Zhong Meng's voice and was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned to look at Zhong Meng and asked curiously, "Prince Zhong, what's wrong?" After hearing Bai Jianmu's question, Zhong Meng smiled and said, "Oh right, you didn't say clearly just now. What kind of tricks are you going to use?" After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Bai Jianmu was stunned again and answered, "Small tricks, of course it's a trick to make Zhong Laji tell the truth." Zhong Meng nodded and asked again, "The small tricks you mentioned, don't tell me you want to make a move on him?" Chapter 225. After Bai Jianmu heard Zhong Meng's question, he was stunned. After a long while, he reacted and asked doubtfully, "Prince Zhong, the little trick you mentioned, isn't it making a move on them?" Zhong Meng smiled and nodded. "Of course. If it was a move, why would I ask you to use little tricks? Can't others do it?" After Bai Jianmu heard Zhong Meng's words, his face couldn't help but become very ugly. Zhong Meng's words were very rude. After being in the South County branch for so many years, no one dared to speak to him like this. However, seeing that he was about to succeed, Bai Jianmu didn't want to care too much about it. As long as his plan succeeded, he would think of a way to deal with him. For now, it was better not to complicate matters. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu turned to look at Zhong Meng and asked with a smile, Prince Zhong, you saw it too. Zhong Leji refused to admit it. If we don't use some little tricks, I'm afraid he will never recruit anyone. Speaking of this, Bai Jianmu paused for a moment before continuing, Prince Zhong, you don't know, but this blueprint is very important to our sect. If we don't find this blueprint as soon as possible and let it leak out, the consequences will be very serious. Therefore, in order to find the blueprint as soon as possible, I think we still have to use some necessary little tricks. Prince Zhong, what do you think? After Zhong Meng heard Bai Jianmu's words, he shook his head and said bluntly, since you only know how to use your so-called little tricks, then step aside. There's no need for your little tricks here for the time being. As soon as Zhong Meng said this, everyone around was stunned. Bai Jianmu was even angrier. In front of so many people, he didn't give him face. How could Bai Jianmu bear this? Seeing that Zhong Meng didn't listen to him, Bai Jianmu felt that there was no need to talk to him anymore. He turned to look at Sun Xinjing, cupped his fists, and said, Master, the blueprint is of great importance. Please don't be merciful anymore. Finding the blueprint as soon as possible is the right thing to do. Otherwise, if this matter drags on, no one can guarantee that the blueprint won't leak out. Master, please make a decision as soon as possible. Don't give the thief a chance. After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Sun Xinjing's heart suddenly trembled. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Zhong Meng and said, Prince Zhong, what do you think? Before Sun Xinjing finished his words, he was interrupted by Zhong Meng, who waved his hand, branch leader Sun, using small tricks can only make him confess under torture. But what is the truth of the matter? After we used a little trick, even if he admitted it, would he admit it because he was forced to do so? So, I think that if we can avoid using small tricks, we should try our best not to use small tricks. We should convince people with virtue and reason. This is the right thing to do. Branch leader Sun, if we find evidence to prove that he is the one who stole the blueprint, then he can't deny it even if he doesn't want to. After listening to Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing nodded. To be honest, he didn't want to use small tricks on his disciple, but that blueprint was too important. Bai Jianmu was right just now. If that blueprint really leaked out, then he, Sun Xinjing, would become the sinner of Tianji sect. It was also because of this reason that he acquiesced to Bai Jianmu, allowing him to use small tricks at the crucial moment. The purpose was naturally to find the blueprint as soon as possible. Sun Xinjing thought for a while, but felt that Zhong Meng's words were a little inappropriate. He saw everything that happened just now. These disciples were all blaming each other. One said that he stole it, the other said that he stole it. In the end, there was still no result at all. If they didn't use small tricks, then after a while, wouldn't the result be the same? At this point, Sun Xinjing felt that it was necessary to remind Zhong Meng, so he said, Prince Zhong, if we don't use small tricks, are you confident that you can find the person who stole the blueprint? After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Zhong Meng didn't shake his head or nod. He just said lightly, I should be able to. I should be able to. After hearing Zhong Meng's answer, Sun Xinjing was stunned and didn't recover for a long time. According to Zhong Meng's words, they should be able to find the blueprint. Or rather, they might not be able to find the blueprint. After understanding the meaning of Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing was a little anxious and hurriedly said, since Prince Zhong isn't confident, then I think we should use small tricks. At this point, Sun Xinjing paused for a while before continuing. Prince Zhong, to be honest, that blueprint is too important to our sect. We have to find it as soon as possible. If Prince Zhong isn't confident, then I think we should use small tricks. After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng's eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly turned to look at Sun Xinjing, thought for a while, and said with a smile, Branch leader Sun, since the blueprint is so important, then I'll help you find it. Can you promise me one thing? Hearing Zhong Meng's request, Sun Xinjing was stunned and then said happily, Prince Zhong, since you said that, did you think of a way to find the blueprint? After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Zhong Meng nodded without hesitation. Yes, but since that blueprint is so important, after I find it, it shouldn't be too much to promise me one thing. Seeing Zhong Meng's confidence, Sun Xinjing was even happier and hurriedly nodded. Sure. As long as the blueprint is found, everything is negotiable. Don't mention one thing. Sun Xinjing's words suddenly stopped. He originally wanted to say that there was no need to mention one thing. Even if there were 10 things, he would agree to Zhong Meng's request. However, he suddenly remembered that if Zhong Meng really asked for 10 things, wouldn't that be a headache? Therefore, he didn't finish his sentence. However, although Sun Xinjing didn't finish his sentence, Zhong Meng didn't mind at all. He didn't need Sun Xinjing to agree to many things. Just one thing was enough. Seeing that Sun Xinjing agreed to his condition, Zhong Meng nodded in satisfaction. He turned to look at Sun Xinjing and asked, "The bronze box with the blueprint was found in your room. You won't deny this, right?" Originally, when Zhong Leji saw that Bai Jianmu was going to come over and play some tricks on him, he already felt that he was done for this time. However, he didn't expect that Bai Jianmu would be stopped by Zhong Meng. This made him feel overjoyed. Then, hearing Zhong Meng say that he was sure to find the blueprint with such confidence, Zhong Leji suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. If Prince Zhong could really find the blueprint, wouldn't it immediately prove his innocence? After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Zhong Leji hurriedly shook his head. Chapter 226. After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Zhong Leji hurriedly replied, "Prince Zhong, although the bronze box was found in my room, I can swear to God that it doesn't belong to me." Speaking of this, Zhong Leji suddenly turned to look at Bai Jianmu and said loudly, "It's him. It must be Bai Jianmu who wants to frame me, so he pretended to find the bronze river in my room." After hearing Zhong Leji's answer, Zhong Meng nodded and said, "In that case, the bronze box doesn't belong to you. Did Bai Jianmu give it to you because he wanted to frame you?" Hearing this, Zhong Leji hurriedly nodded and said, "That's right. It must be Bai Jianmu who wants to frame me, so he pretended to take the bronze box out of my room." After hearing Zhong Leji's answer, Zhong Meng turned to look at Bai Jianmu and asked, "Is your name Bai Jianmu?" After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Bai Jianmu suddenly flew into a rage. Bai Jianmu was much older than Zhong Meng, but Zhong Meng called him by his name without giving him any face. Although Bai Jianmu was angry, he also knew that it wasn't the time to be angry. He could only suppress his anger and nodded. "Yes." Zhong Meng asked. Zhong Leji said that the bronze box he found in his room belongs to you. You deliberately put it in his room because you wanted to frame him. Do you have any explanation for this? Bai Jianmu knew that it wasn't the time to act on impulse, so he replied, "Prince Zhong, why would I frame him? If I stole the blueprint and took out the bronze box, wouldn't others suspect me?" After hearing Bai Jianmu's answer, Zhong Meng nodded and said slowly, "But no one suspects you when you took out the bronze box." Hearing this, Bai Jianmu was stunned. Then, he said angrily, "Prince Zhong, are you suspecting me? Are you suspecting me of framing Zhong Leji?" When Zhong Meng heard this, he shook his head. "Bai Jianmu, don't be so agitated before we find the blueprint." At this point, Zhong Meng paused. He reached out and pointed around the hall. Then, he slowly said, "Before we find the blueprint, everyone here is a suspect, not just you." As soon as Zhong Meng finished speaking, there was an uproar in the field. A moment later, Tang Jianan took a step forward and said loudly, "Prince Zhong, I don't know where you came from, but what right do you have to suspect us? Only Yi Xian knows the location where Master put the blueprints. Why don't you tell me, other than Yi Xian, who else would have the chance to steal the blueprints?" After hearing Tang Jianan's words, he turned to look at him and asked slowly, "What is your name?" Although Zhong Meng didn't have much experience in dealing with this kind of situation, he felt that people who jumped out to cause trouble were usually not good people. Therefore, he didn't need to be polite when dealing with people who were looking for trouble. After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Tang Jianan almost exploded in anger. Zhong Meng's way of questioning was like interrogating a criminal. How could he not be angry? Facing Zhong Meng's question, Tang Jianan didn't know whether to answer or not. Just as he was hesitating, he heard Zhong Meng ask again, "Why aren't you answering? Don't tell me you don't have a name." Hearing Zhong Meng's blunt question, Tang Jianan only felt his hands trembling. At the same time, his face began to feel a little hot. Although Tang Jianan's skills weren't the best among these disciples, he was still the second senior brother after all. The other junior brothers still respected him on the surface. However, Zhong Meng's question now was simply a slap to his face. However, at this time, it wasn't the time to be angry. After all, everyone had already seen that Master had asked this person to investigate this matter. If he didn't answer, wouldn't it mean that he didn't cooperate with the investigation? If it aroused suspicion, it would ruin things. Thinking of this, Tang Jianan took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said slowly, "My name is Tang Jianan, I'm the second senior brother here. Prince Zhong, you haven't answered my question just now." After hearing Tang Jianan's answer, Zhong Meng waved his hand at him. "All right, since you've reported your name, then step aside. I'll ask you later." After hearing Zhong Meng's answer, the suppressed anger in Tang Jianan's heart burst out again. Zhong Meng's way of doing things was like calling for a cat or a dog on the roadside. He really didn't take this second senior brother seriously. Thinking of this, Tang Jianan's eyes widened and he asked loudly, "Prince Zhong, although Master asked you to investigate this matter, if you don't listen to other people's opinions, how are you going to investigate this matter? I think you should just forget about it and let us investigate it ourselves." After hearing Tang Jianan's words, the smile on Zhong Meng's face suddenly disappeared. He turned to look at Tang Jianan and asked word by word, "So, you're saying that you're very dissatisfied with my method of investigation?" As soon as Zhong Meng finished speaking, Tang Jianan felt as if the surrounding air had become solid and was constantly pressing against him. This force was so strong that it almost made it hard for him to breathe. Not only that, but Tang Jianan also felt that his surroundings were deathly silent. The only sound was his heart beating wildly. He could no longer see the people in the hall. It was as if he was the only one left in the hall. This pressure was getting stronger and stronger. Tang Jianan felt as if he would turn into nothingness under this pressure at any time. "Brother Meng, it's more important to start investigating the case. Don't bother with him." Just as Tang Jianan was about to lose all hope, Zhong Qiuming's voice was heard. At this moment, Tang Jianan suddenly felt that the surrounding pressure had suddenly dissipated. A sense of relief welled up in his heart. At this moment, he couldn't stand anymore and involuntarily sat down on the ground. After glancing at Tang Jianan, who was sweating profusely, Zhong Meng turned his head away and no longer looked at him. He was just an ant. What was there to look at? Zhong Meng turned his head to look at Bai Zhenmu and asked with a smile, "Bai Zhenmu, you said that the bronze box wasn't yours. Do you have any evidence?" After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Bai Zhenmu was stunned. He had been looking at Tang Jianan just now because Tang Jianan's expression was too strange. It was as if he had epilepsy. His face was pale and he was sweating profusely. In the end, he even sat on the ground like a fool. Seeing this scene, Bai Zhenmu was a little puzzled. Could it be that this second senior brother was sick? The point was, even if he was sick, he shouldn't have acted up at this time. When the plan was at a critical moment, Tang Jianan had acted up. Wouldn't that mean that they had lost a helper? Chapter 227. After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Bai Zhenmu reacted and said, "Prince Zhong, the bronze box was indeed found in Zhong Laji's bedroom. If you don't believe me, you can ask junior brother Liu. You will know the truth." Zhong Meng nodded after hearing Bai Zhenmu's words. Just as he was about to speak, Liu Huarong stepped forward and spoke. "Young Master Zhong, that is indeed the case. When we were searching the room, I was in the same group as senior brother Bai. Senior brother Bai found the bronze box in third senior brother's room. I can testify to that, because when the bronze box was found, I was at the side." After hearing Liu Huarong's words, Zhong Meng glanced at him again and said slowly, "Well, since you can testify for Bai Zhenmu, you can go out now. I will ask you alone later." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, everyone was stunned. They didn't know what Zhong Meng was going to do. Liu Huarong was testifying for Bai Zhenmu. Shouldn't this be the time to testify in person? If Liu Huarong went out, how could he testify? Of course, there were also smart people who understood the reason behind it after thinking for a while. Bai Zhenmu was one of the smart people. He just muttered to himself for a while and his face suddenly changed. He knew what Zhong Meng was going to do. Being interrogated alone was definitely not a good thing for Bai Zhenmu and Liu Huarong. If the two people's answers were the same, it proved that they were telling the truth. If they said different things, it proved that they were lying. Sun Xinjing also understood Zhong Meng's meaning and his eyes lit up. If they followed Zhong Meng's method, they should be able to verify whether Bai Jianmu or Zhong Laji was lying. The bronze box containing the blueprint had already appeared. The next problem was actually very simple. If the bronze box was indeed found in Zhong Laji's bedroom, it proved that the blueprint was definitely with Zhong Laji. Even if he wanted to deny it, there was no way to deny it. In other words, if Bai Jianmu was the one who framed Zhong Laji, it meant that the bronze box belonged to Bai Jianmu, and the blueprint was naturally in Bai Jianmu's hands. Of course, the most important thing now was to prove who was the liar. As long as the liar was found, the case would basically be over. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing saw that Liu Huarong was still standing there hesitantly and didn't leave the hall. He couldn't help but shout, "Liu Huarong, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and leave." After Liu Huarong heard Sun Xinjing's words, he subconsciously glanced at Bai Jianmu. Liu Huarong was not stupid. He understood the meaning behind Zhong Meng's words. If Zhong Meng really did that, it would be really bad. However, although the situation wasn't good, Liu Huarong wasn't worried. Because in Zhong Laji's bedroom, Bai Jianmu and he had already discussed what to say. Even if they were interrogated alone, there was nothing to be afraid of. Thinking of this and seeing Bai Jianmu's indifferent expression, Liu Huarong let out a long breath. He clasped his fist at Sun Xinjing and turned to walk out of the door. Looking at Liu Huarong's back, Bai Jianmu secretly exclaimed that it was a close call. At the beginning, when Bai Jianmu said that he wanted to search Zhong Laji's room, he actually had this idea in mind. During the investigation, although Zhong Laji couldn't save Yi Xian, Bai Jianmu couldn't drag Zhong Laji down with him. Everyone blamed each other, but no one could convince the other. His master looked hesitant, so Bai Jianmu wanted to use a strong medicine to make his master completely believe that Yi Xian and Zhong Laji were the ones who stole the blueprint. That was evidence, the key evidence. What better evidence was there than the bronze box that contained the blueprint? That was the real reason why Bai Jianmu wanted to search Zhong Laji's room. From the beginning, Bai Jianmu didn't plan to search other people's rooms because it was unnecessary. Since the bronze box was found in Zhong Laji's room, the blueprint must have been stolen by Zhong Laji and Yi Xian. There was no need to search other people's rooms. Bai Jianmu remembered very clearly that when he and Liu Huarong entered Zhong Laji's room and took out the bronze box, Liu Huarong was so scared that his face turned pale and he was almost speechless. Under Bai Jianmu's persuasion, Liu Huarong gradually calmed down and completely joined Bai Jianmu's side. After that, Bai Jianmu and Liu Huarong didn't search the room anymore. Instead, they began to discuss what to say in response to their master's questions. Bai Jianmu and Liu Huarong weren't stupid. They knew that Sun Xinjing would definitely ask them questions, so they were very detailed. They were afraid that there would be flaws. The two of them didn't leave Zhong Laji's room until they were sure that there were no flaws. Bai Jianmu wasn't afraid when he heard Zhong Meng say that he would ask them separately. He was just calm in his heart. "You want to use this method to deal with me? You're still far from being able to do that." Seeing Liu Huarong walk out of the hall, Zhong Meng asked slowly, "Bai Jianmu." Liu Huarong went out. "Now, tell me how you found the bronze box." After listening to Zhong Meng's question, Bai Jianmu nodded. Then, he clasped his fist at Sun Xinjing and slowly told him what happened just now. "Junior Liu and I originally wanted to search third senior brother's study, but third senior brother beat us to it, so we went to search his bedroom. After we arrived at the bedroom, we began to search. First, we searched the cabinet in the room. After we didn't find anything, we began to search other places. In the end, we found this box under third senior brother's bed." After listening to Bai Jianmu's explanation, Sun Xinjing nodded. Then, he turned to look at Zhong Laji and asked, "Zhong Laji, why didn't you let them search the study? Is the blueprint in the study?" After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Zhong Laji hurriedly replied, "Master, it's not like that. I just went upstairs before Bai Jianmu and went directly to the study. I didn't stop Bai Jianmu from searching the study. You can ask Junior Mai about this. He can prove it for me." After hearing Zhong Laji's answer, Sun Xinjing turned to look at Mai Guangji and asked, "Is that true?" After hearing his master's question, Mai Guangji hurriedly replied, "Yes, third senior brother didn't lie." After listening to their answers, Sun Xinjing nodded. Then, he turned to look at Zhong Meng and asked, "Prince Zhong, do you have any other questions?" Hearing this, Zhong Meng shook his head. "No, I think we can let Liu Huarong in now." Since Liu Huarong walked out of the hall, his heart had been in a constant state of anxiety. He was originally a coward. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so quiet every day. This matter was very important. If there was a slight mistake, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 228. Liu Huarong was a little regretful. He thought that with Bai Zhenmu's protection, this problem would be easily solved. Who would have thought that so many changes would take place in this matter? What he didn't expect the most was the things that happened today. First, third senior Zhong Laji asked the master to gather everyone to investigate the missing blueprint. He wanted to prove that Yi Xian wasn't the one who stole the blueprint. However, Bai Zhenmu insisted that Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprint. After several battles, he finally gained the upper hand and saw some light at the end of the tunnel. However, what Liu Huarong didn't expect was what happened in third senior Zhong's bedroom. Bai Zhenmu was the one who stole the blueprint. When Bai Zhenmu took out the bronze box and Liu Huarong saw it, he immediately understood everything. Then, he was frightened by the development of the matter and broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect Bai Zhenmu to be the one who did it. In that case, Yi Xian, who was locked up in the Repentance Pavilion, was really wronged. What third senior brother Zhong Laji had said was true. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Liu Huarong wasn't a bad person. He also thought that Yi Xian wasn't the one who stole the blueprint. However, he didn't expect Bai Zhenmu to be the one who stole the blueprint. More importantly, after Bai Zhenmu stole the blueprint, he framed Yi Xian and asked the master to lock Yi Xian up in the Repentance Pavilion. Liu Huarong naturally knew what kind of place the Repentance Pavilion was. After knowing that Bai Zhenmu was the one who stole the blueprint, Liu Huarong was suddenly enlightened. Back then, it wasn't Bai Zhenmu who accused Yi Xian of stealing the blueprint. However, after knowing who the real thief was, Liu Huarong remembered all the things that happened when he accused Yi Xian of stealing the blueprint. Although it wasn't Bai Zhenmu who accused Yi Xian of stealing the blueprint, Bai Zhenmu led everyone step by step and led everyone to think that Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprint. In the end, everyone said that Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprint. Now, Liu Huarong was truly afraid. He didn't expect Bai Zhenmu to hide his strength so deeply. Not only did he steal the blueprint, he even framed Yi Xian as the culprit. He even made everyone think that Yi Xian was the real culprit. On the day that Yi Xian was identified, Bai Zhenmu repeatedly emphasized that no one knew where the blueprints were kept. But, he did not say who knew where the blueprints were kept because everyone knew who did. Yi Xian knew the location of the blueprint. This was no longer a secret in the South County branch. It was also for this reason that Sun Xinjing, who had always trusted Yi Xian, locked Yi Xian in the Penitence Pavilion. After walking out of third senior brother's bedroom, Liu Huarong had been in a state of anxiety because he finally found out who was the one who stole the blueprint. Most importantly, he didn't dare to say it out loud because he was already Bai Zhenmu's accomplice. One reason was that he had become Bai Zhenmu's accomplice. The other reason was that Liu Huarong was afraid. Bai Zhenmu's martial arts skills were not a secret in the South County branch. Liu Huarong was just a disciple of an ordinary family and did not know martial arts. It was precisely because of this reason that he remained silent every day and did not dare to cause any trouble. He was afraid that he would bring trouble. Liu Huarong was certain that if Bai Zhenmu wanted to deal with him, it would be a piece of cake. He would probably only need to use one finger. In third senior brother's living room, when Bai Zhenmu told him about this matter, although his face was full of smiles, Liu Huarong knew that if he did not agree at that time, Bai Zhenmu would immediately fall out with him and attack him. That was because he knew his secret. In order to keep this secret, Bai Zhenmu would definitely attack him. Liu Huarong was certain of this. Liu Huarong also knew why Bai Zhenmu did this. Bai Zhenmu wanted to be the leader of the South County branch. In order to become the leader of the South County branch, he secretly observed his master's movements and searched for the location where his master placed the blueprint. In the end, he finally succeeded in revealing the blueprint. Bai Zhenmu dared to do such a big thing. Bai Zhenmu would definitely not be soft-hearted when dealing with him. Thinking of this, Liu Huarong felt a chill in his heart. He really regretted getting involved in this matter. If he hadn't gotten involved, he wouldn't have had anything to do with it. However, it was too late to say anything now. If he dared to withdraw now, Liu Huarong believed that Bai Zhenmu would definitely make him unable to speak for his own safety. Thinking of his family, Liu Huarong could only sigh secretly. His family's situation was not good. They were just ordinary farmers. Liu Huarong had liked to think about these things since he was young. In addition, he was somewhat talented in this aspect. The things he made were quite decent. Liu Huarong's parents saw that he had talent in this aspect, so they went up the mountain to beg Sun Xinjing. They wanted Sun Xinjing to accept them as his disciple. However, it was not so simple for Sun Xinjing to accept Liu Huarong as his disciple. Liu Huarong's parents could not even see Sun Xinjing's face. For their son, they knelt outside the entrance of the South County branch for 3 days. Sun Xinjing saw that Liu Huarong's parents were pitiful and that Liu Huarong did have some talent, so he made an exception and accepted him as his disciple. Although Sun Xinjing had accepted Liu Huarong as his disciple, his life was not going well. Among the disciples of their generation, the most talented were naturally Yi Xian and Bai Zhenmu. In order not to embarrass the South County branch, every time there was a large-scale construction mission, Yi Xian or Bai Zhenmu would be sent. Liu Huarong would only build some simple buildings. In this way, he naturally couldn't earn much money. Although most of the money he earned was sent home, it wasn't much money. Although it could improve the living conditions of his family, it couldn't change the nature of his family. Farmers naturally had to plant crops. Liu Huarong was the boss of the family. If it was an ordinary family, he would be the main force. However, he went out to learn skills, so he naturally could not help the family. The family lacked labor, and his parents were not in good health. Liu Huarong also had a sister who could not be of much use. In this way, the Liu family's life was actually supported by the little money that Liu Huarong sent back. If Liu Huarong was finished, the Liu family would be finished. Although he now knew that Yi Xian was wronged, he could only apologize. Even if Yi Xian was punished because of this, at most, he would repay him in the future. The door of the hall was tightly shut. Liu Huarong could not hear anything from inside the room. He could only guess what they were talking about. At the same time, he kept recalling the countermeasures that Bai Zhenmu and he had discussed in Third Senior Brother's living room. After thinking about it again and again, Liu Huarong was completely relieved and prepared to deal with the next question. Chapter 229. Bai Zhenmu found it strange that Zhong Meng didn't ask him any other questions. He didn't know what Zhong Meng was thinking. Soon, Liu Huarong was brought in. Seeing Liu Huarong in front of him, Bai Zhenmu gave him a subtle wink and finally nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Seeing Bai Zhenmu's wink, Liu Huarong was relieved. Then, he turned to Sun Xinjing and said, "Master, I'm back." Sun Xinjing nodded and turned to Zhong Meng. "Prince Zhong, if you have any questions, ask away." After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Meng looked at Liu Huarong and said lightly, "Liu Huarong, tell me how you found the bronze box." Hearing this, Liu Huarong nodded. Only then did he tell Bai Zhenmu the story that he and Bai Zhenmu had discussed beforehand. After saying that, Liu Huarong turned to look at Bai Zhenmu. After hearing Liu Huarong's story, Sun Xinjing frowned and asked, "Liu Huarong, is everything you said true?" After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Liu Huarong's face could not help but change. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Master, what disciple said is true. That bronze box was indeed found under Third Senior Brother's bed." This time, before Sun Xinjing could speak, Zhong Laji pointed at Liu Huarong and said angrily, "Liu Huarong, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Tell me, how many benefits did Bai Zhenmu give you to talk nonsense here?" Seeing that Zhong Laji started shouting without his permission, Sun Xinjing couldn't help but slam the table and say angrily, "Zhong Laji, that's enough. Now that the evidence is conclusive, What else do you have to say? Hurry up and take out the blueprint. At this point, Sun Xinjing thought of the blueprint again. He paused for a moment before he said slowly, Zhonglaji, as long as you hand over the blueprint, I won't punish you severely. When Sun Xinjing said this, although he was very angry, he could only say so. This blueprint was too important. If something were to happen and it was leaked to the outside world, then his master's efforts for half his life would be wasted. As for him, how could he face his master again? For the sake of that blueprint, he was willing to let Zhonglaji off the hook and not pursue his crimes. When Zhonglaji heard his master's words, his face immediately turned pale. He already understood that his master was certain that he was the one who stole the blueprint. Zhonglaji could no longer hold it in when he thought about how he would have to bear this crime in the future. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and sobbed. Master, your disciple really didn't steal the blueprint. Someone must have wanted to frame your disciple, that's why they found the bronze box in my room. Disciple can swear to the heavens that if disciple was the one who stole the blueprints, I am willing to suffer. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhenmu's cold laughter. Third senior brother, I think you shouldn't quibble anymore. We found this bronze box in your room. Isn't that conclusive evidence? At this point, you still refuse to admit your mistake. What are your intentions? Master has taught you so painstakingly for so many years, but in return, you betrayed him. Third senior brother, are you worthy of Master? Speaking of this, Zhenmu's tone paused. He quickly walked to Zhonglaji's side and said in a low voice, Third senior brother, I think you should admit it. Master has already said that as long as you take out the blueprint, he won't punish you severely. Speaking of this, Zhenmu patted Zhonglaji's shoulder and continued. Third senior brother, don't worry. We will speak up for you. We definitely won't let you be severely punished. As Zhenmu spoke, he began to put more force on Zhonglaji's shoulder. Hearing Zhenmu's words and feeling the increasing force on his hand, Zhonglaji felt that his heart was about to explode from anger. By now, Zhonglaji was somewhat clear. Zhenmu was definitely the one who stole the blueprint. At the very least, he had to be the one who stole the blueprint. However, he was the one who stole the blueprint, but he wanted him to admit it. Thinking of this, Zhonglaji wanted to break free from Zhenmu's hand. However, Zhenmu's hand was getting stronger and stronger. Not only was he unable to break free, but he was also being pressed down by this force to the point where he could barely stand. Zhonglaji looked at Zhenmu and suddenly said loudly, Zhenmu, don't think that others don't know that you stole the blueprint. After stealing it, not only did you refuse to admit it, you even tried to frame me. Zhenmu, I've seen through you. You're an ungrateful, shameless villain. Speaking of this, Zhonglaji couldn't continue because Zhenmu's eyes had turned cold, and the force on his hand was getting stronger and stronger. Under this force, Zhonglaji couldn't bear it anymore and his body gradually bent down. Zhonglaji didn't want to end up like this, but he knew that if he continued to bear it, his bones would probably be crushed. The force on Zhenmu's hand was like a huge rock pressing down on Zhonglaji's body, as if it was going to crush him. Zhonglaji only felt more and more cold sweat on his forehead, and Zhenmu's hand seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Just when Zhonglaji couldn't bear the force and was about to fall to the ground, suddenly, Zhongmeng's voice came from the side. Zhenmu, I haven't finished speaking. Why are you in such a hurry to make a move? Could it be that you stole the blueprint? Is that why you're in such a hurry to make a move and frame Zhonglaji for it? Zhenmu really wanted to press Zhonglaji to the ground and teach him a lesson. He wanted Zhonglaji to admit that he stole the blueprint as soon as possible and this matter would be over. However, after hearing Zhongmeng's words, he realized that he was a little too impatient. If he did that, his master might suspect him. Thinking of this, Zhenmu hurriedly let go of his hand and took a step back. Then, he turned to Sun Xinjing and cupped his fist. Master, now that the evidence is conclusive, the most important thing now is to find the blueprint as soon as possible. That's why I used a little trick to make third senior brother take out the blueprint as soon as possible and understand what's on your mind. After hearing Zhenmu's words, Sun Xinjing nodded and sighed in his heart. The bronze box was found in Zhonglaji's room. Even Zhong Laji himself couldn't deny this point. Although Zhong Laji said that Bai Jianmu framed him, Bai Jianmu wasn't the only one who went to search Zhong Laji's room. Liu Huarong was there too. Liu Huarong also testified for Bai Jianmu that the bronze box was indeed found in Zhong Laji's room. This proved that Bai Jianmu wasn't lying. This meant that Bai Jianmu wasn't lying, and he really found the bronze box in Zhong Laji's room. Chapter 230. Although Sun Xinjing believed that Bai Jianmu didn't lie, he was still a little unhappy that Bai Jianmu played tricks on Zhong Laji in front of him. Sun Xinjing thought for a while and didn't answer Bai Jianmu's question. He turned to look at Zhong Meng and asked, "Prince Zhong, do you have any other questions?" Zhong Meng was speechless after listening to Sun Xinjing's words. He hadn't even started to ask, but these guys had already started to make wild guesses. They were already sure that Zhong Laji was the one who stole the blueprint. Although the bronze box was indeed found in Zhong Laji's room, it was too easy to frame him for such a thing. Although Liu Huarong was a witness, it was possible that Liu Huarong was a fake witness. If Liu Huarong was a fake witness, wouldn't it mean that Zhong Laji was wronged? Moreover, this Bai Jianmu kept pointing out that Zhong Laji was the one who stole the blueprint. He even wanted to use some tricks on Zhong Laji to make Zhong Laji admit that he stole the blueprint. Most importantly, Bai Jianmu secretly played tricks on Zhong Laji. Just now, Zhong Meng saw clearly that Bai Jianmu played tricks on Zhong Laji. Seeing that Zhong Laji couldn't resist it anymore, he stopped him. To be honest, Zhong Meng did not know who had stolen the blueprints. However, he felt that it was better not to use those little tricks before he had a full confirmation. Zhong Meng also realized that if he didn't stop Bai Jianmu, Zhong Laji might really admit that he was the one who stole the blueprint. Now, what he needed to do was naturally to find out who was the liar. Was it Bai Jianmu who used the bronze box to frame Zhong Laji, or was it Zhong Laji who refused to admit it? As long as this matter was investigated clearly, the truth would naturally surface. If he wanted to find out who was the liar, the most important link was Liu Huarong. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng waved his hand at Bai Jianmu and said, "Before the problem is investigated clearly, don't do anything to Zhong Laji anymore. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Bai Jianmu's heart suddenly trembled. He was confident in his martial arts skills and didn't put Zhong Meng in his eyes. Moreover, Zhong Meng was just an outsider. What reason did he have to pretend to be innocent here? At this moment, hearing Zhong Meng's words, he sneered and said sternly, "Prince Zhong, now that the evidence is, what else do you want to ask? Don't you know how important this blueprint is? Very important to our South County branch. Zhong Meng's is right. Of Zhong's right. Even if I use T.S. Zhong's, he's right." After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Zhong Meng turned his head and looked at Bai Jianmu. After a long while, he said slowly, "Do you think Zhong Laji stole the blueprint?" Hearing this, Bai Jianmu sneered and replied, "Of course. The bronze box with the blueprint was found in his room. How could it be fake?" Zhong Meng shook his head, "But, you might be lying. That bronze box originally belonged to you. You only need to go to Zhong Laji's room and take out the bronze box. This way, you can naturally frame Zhong Laji. Could it be that there's no such possibility?" Hearing Zhong Meng's words, Bai Jianmu did not panic. He even clapped his hands and said with a sneer, "Prince Zhong, your imagination is quite rich, but unfortunately, it's all imagination." At this point, Bai Jianmu paused. Then, he pointed at Liu Huarong and said with a laugh, "Unfortunately, I have a witness. Junior brother Liu can testify for me that this bronze box was found in third senior brother's room." After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Zhong Meng nodded. "Bai Jianmu, this can't prove that the bronze box doesn't belong to you because Liu Huarong can also collude with you to frame Zhong Laji." Bai Jianmu's expression changed when he heard this. He turned his head to look at Zhong Meng. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said in a cold tone, "Prince Zhong, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. You said that junior brother Liu and I are colluding. What evidence do you have to prove that we are colluding? If you can't prove it, can I think that you are framing me?" At this point, Bai Jianmu's eyes became even colder. He stared at Zhong Meng and said coldly, "Prince Zhong, Why do you want to frame me so much? At this point, Bai Zhenmu's eyes suddenly lit up. He turned around and cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing. Master, I have a question. I don't know if I should ask it. Sun Xinjing frowned when he heard this. He subconsciously glanced at Zhong Meng and said slowly, "If you have anything to say, just say it." After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Bai Zhenmu pointed at Zhong Meng and sneered. Master, the question in my heart is, after third senior brother stole the blueprint, how should he bring it out? I can't figure out this question. During this period of time, Master has strictly forbidden anyone from leaving the South County branch. Then, how should third senior brother take the blueprint he stole out? Now, I've finally figured it out. After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, Sun Xinjing's eyes suddenly narrowed and he asked, Bai Zhenmu, what exactly have you figured out? Tell me quickly. Hearing his master's question, a cold smile appeared on the corners of Bai Zhenmu's mouth. Master, if I'm not wrong, this young Master Zhong by your side should be third senior brother's accomplice. Yi Xian and third senior brother stole the blueprint, but they can't leave the South County branch. And this young Master Zhong was here to receive them and bring the blueprint out while he was at it. As long as young Master Zhong takes the blueprint out, there will be no evidence. Even if we know that Yi Xian and Zhong Leji stole the blueprint, if we can't find the blueprint, we can't be sure that they are the real thieves. At this point, Bai Zhenmu paused. He bowed to Sun Xinjing and cupped his fists before continuing. Master, it's fortunate that we came early. Otherwise, if we were half a day late, I'm afraid that the blueprint would have been taken out of the South County branch by Prince Zhong. At that time, not only would we not be able to find the blueprint, but this blueprint would also be leaked out. It would no longer be a secret of our Tianji sect. After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, Sun Xinjing's expression could not help but change. If things were really as Bai Zhenmu said, then it would be terrible. Bai Zhenmu was right. If he did not suggest to search Zhong Meng's room today, then after Zhong Meng took the blueprint out, it would be impossible to find the person who stole the blueprint. Sun Xinjing knew that if they could not find the blueprint, they would not be able to find the person who stole the blueprint. Chapter 231. After listening to Bai Zhenmu's words, Zhong Meng was full of admiration for him. This Bai Zhenmu was simply too good at talking. Not only did he know how to talk, but he also knew how to frame people. He had kindly come to help them, but in the end, Bai Zhenmu turned around and said that he was an accomplice. Zhong Meng felt that this Bai Zhenmu was definitely a talent. It was just that Zhong Meng didn't like this kind of talent. Looking at Sun Xinjing's suspicious gaze, Zhong Meng laughed. Branch leader Sun, are you suspecting me? Are you suspecting that I came here today to bring the blueprint out? After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Sun Xinjing was a little embarrassed. Zhong Meng came to help him, but after listening to Bai Zhenmu's words, he somewhat believed Bai Zhenmu's words. This made him feel a little embarrassed. However, for the blueprint, Sun Xinjing could suspect anyone. Even Zhong Meng was no exception. Although it was a little inappropriate to suspect Zhong Meng for no reason, Sun Xinjing couldn't care less before he found the blueprint. After hearing Zhong Meng's question, although he only thought for a moment, he slowly said, Prince Zhong, do you think Bai Zhenmu's words make sense? Is there such a possibility? After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Zhong Meng knew that this old man threw the question to him again and wanted him to explain. However, Zhong Meng wasn't interested in Sun Xinjing's suggestion. This was because, although the blueprint was precious, it didn't mean anything to him. Even if he wanted it, he would make Sun Xinjing give it to him willingly. Only then would he accept the blueprint. If he used the method of stealing, Zhong Meng would definitely not agree to it. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng turned to look at Sun Xinjing and asked with a smile, Branch leader Sun, how would you like to hear my explanation? After listening to Zhong Meng's question, he was a little speechless in his heart. Just now, he had already given Zhong Meng some advice. He wanted Zhong Meng to explain whether this matter had anything to do with him. But this Prince Zhong didn't know what to do. He actually asked me how I should explain it. This is really... Sun Xinjing thought for a moment, then said seriously, Prince Zhong, please explain to me whether Bai Zhenmu's words are true or not. This time, before Zhong Meng could answer, Bai Zhenmu had already said, yes, Prince Zhong, please explain why you came at such a coincidence. Why did you come after our sect lost the blueprint? What's the reason? Hearing Bai Jianmu speak so impolitely, although he didn't say it explicitly, everyone understood the meaning behind his words. Zhong Qiuming, who was at the side, understood the meaning behind Bai Jianmu's words. He quickly pushed Zhong Meng, then lowered his voice and said, Brother Meng, don't be angry. We came this time to ask them to build an auction house for us. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions and delay the important matter. After listening to Zhong Qiuming's reminder, Zhong Meng nodded. To be honest, he really didn't want to make a move on Bai Jianmu. Although Tianji sect wasn't the biggest sect, it was still considered famous. Tianji sect had connections with almost every sect because every sect had many treasures. And these treasures were naturally the safest to put in a secret room. To build the safest secret room, they naturally had to find Tianji sect. Zhong Meng knew that although he could destroy Tianji sect with a flick of his finger, doing so wouldn't benefit him at all. Zhong Meng naturally wouldn't do something that didn't benefit him. Since he couldn't use force, he could only solve this blueprint theft case. Then, the truth would naturally come to light. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng ignored Bai Jianmu's question. Instead, he looked at Sun Xinjing and asked with a smile. Branch leader Sun, Bai Jianmu said that I have connections with Zhong Laji. I don't want to say anything about this. What I want to say now is who exactly this bronze box belongs to. If this bronze box is proven not to belong to Zhong Laji, then does that mean that this matter has nothing to do with me? After listening to Zhong Meng's words, Sun Xinjing quickly nodded. Then, he asked with some doubt, Prince Zhong, do you think that this bronze box belongs to Bai Jianmu? When Zhong Meng heard Sun Xinjing's question, he shook his head. I can't say for sure. We can only find out who this bronze box belongs to after questioning them. At this point, Zhong Meng paused. He didn't wait for Sun Xinjing to answer and continued speaking. Branch leader Sun, in that case, I'll start the questioning. This time, before Sun Xinjing could answer, Bai Jianmu spoke first. Master, since Prince Zhong is a suspect, what right does he have to question us? Master, please reconsider. If Prince Zhong has connections with Zhong Laji, then his questioning will definitely be disadvantageous to me. In the end, I might be framed by him. Sun Xinjing originally wanted to agree to Zhong Meng's request, but at this moment, after listening to Bai Jianmu's words, he was a little hesitant. Bai Jianmu's words were very reasonable. If Zhong Meng and Zhong Laji were in cahoots, then when he questioned them, he would definitely protect Zhong Laji and frame Bai Jianmu for this matter. For something like this, no matter who it was, they would do the same. According to Bai Jianmu's words, it was indeed a little inappropriate for Zhong Meng to be the one to question them. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing turned to look at Zhong Meng and said apologetically, Prince Zhong, it is indeed a little inappropriate for you to be the one to question them. I think it's better to forget about it. After listening to Sun Xinjing's answer, Zhong Meng was speechless. He felt that Sun Xinjing, as the branch leader, was simply being led by the nose by Bai Jianmu. He had no idea what to do. Zhong Meng thought for a moment before asking, Branch leader Sun, since you don't want me to question them, I would like to ask. How do you want to deal with this matter? After listening to Zhong Meng's question, Sun Xinjing was stunned. To be honest, he really hadn't thought about how to deal with this matter. Now, all the evidence pointed to Zhong Laji. If Zhong Meng hadn't said anything just now, Zhong Laji would probably have been sent to the Hall of Regret. In other words, if Zhong Meng hadn't come forward, everyone would definitely have believed that Zhong Laji was the one who stole the blueprint. In other words, it was Yi Xian who stole the blueprint and placed it in Zhong Laji's possession. Seeing that Sun Xinjing didn't answer, Zhong Meng asked again, Branch leader Sun, if I'm not wrong, and if I didn't say anything, I'm afraid that you would have already believed that Zhong Laji stole the blueprint, right? After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Sun Xinjing hesitated for a moment. After a moment, he nodded. Yes, the bronze box with the blueprint was found in his room. No one can deny this. Judging from this, it shouldn't be too much to say that Zhong Laji stole the blueprint. Hearing this, Zhong Meng nodded. Indeed, no one denies the existence of the bronze box. Chapter 232. After hearing Zhong Meng's answer, Sun Xinjing was slightly relieved. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Zhong Meng speak again. Branch leader Sun, is this how you solve a case? Could it be that you also solved Yi Shen's case this way? After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Sun Xinjing was stunned. He turned to look at Zhong Meng and asked doubtfully, Prince Zhong, is there something wrong with this? Zhong Meng nodded. It's indeed wrong. Without solid evidence, how can you determine who stole the blueprint? Don't tell me that you believe some groundless rumors. If you solve a case this way, it would be too easy. Have you ever thought about what would happen if Yi Shen or Zhong Laji were wronged? This time, without waiting for Sun Xinjing to answer, Bai Zhenmu spoke again. Prince Zhong, this is our sect's secret. Don't forget that you're still a suspect. Under such circumstances, you're still inquiring about our sect's matters. Could it be that you have some ulterior motive? After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, Zhong Meng turned to look at him and asked with a smile, Bai Zhenmu, do you think I'm a suspect just because you say so? Tell me your evidence and I'll admit to it. At this point, Zhong Meng paused before continuing, otherwise, I hope you won't say such things again. Bai Zhenmu was stunned when he heard this. Then, he laughed. He could tell that the young man in front of him was threatening him. However, would he, Bai Zhenmu, be afraid of this kind of threat? Impossible. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu's gaze changed. He looked at Zhong Meng with a cold glint in his eyes. Prince Zhong, you can't say that. Then why don't you explain yourself? Why are you so coincidental to come to our sect at this time? At this point, Bai Zhenmu turned to Sun Xinjing and cupped his fists before continuing, Master, Prince Zhong came to our sect and didn't look for anyone but Yi Shen and Zhong Laji. Don't you think there's something wrong with this? At this moment, Sun Xinjing had no idea what to do after hearing everyone's discussion. He wasn't someone who had much of a mind of his own to begin with. Now that he had encountered such a situation, his mind was naturally in a mess. After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, Sun Xinjing turned to Zhong Meng and asked, Prince Zhong, do you have any explanation for this? Zhong Meng shook his head. What's there to explain? Do I have to get Bai Zhenmu's permission to build something? I can come whenever I want. It doesn't seem like anyone can control me. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Bai Zhenmu sneered. Master, since Prince Zhong can't give a reason, I think it's inappropriate for him to ask about this matter. Seeing the hesitation on Sun Xinjing's face, Zhong Meng thought for a moment before saying, Branch leader Sun, you don't have to hesitate. I can guarantee that I'm not here to take the blueprint. After listening to Zhong Meng's words, Bai Zhenmu sneered again. Prince Zhong, in fact, the most useless thing is to make a promise. We won't believe your promise unless you can show us real evidence. Otherwise, no matter how much you say, we won't believe you. Speaking of this, Bai Zhenmu looked around again and asked loudly, Don't you think so? Prince Zhong only made a promise, but there's no real evidence. Why should we believe him? After saying this, Bai Zhenmu winked at Tang Zhenan again, hinting him to speak quickly. After seeing Bai Zhenmu's eyes, Tang Zhenan was about to speak when he suddenly remembered what happened just now. He hesitated and swallowed the words he wanted to say. After waiting for a while, Bai Zhenmu saw that Tang Zhenan didn't speak. He couldn't help but glare at him fiercely. Then he turned his gaze to Liu Huarong and asked with a smile, Junior brother Liu, am I right? After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, Liu Huarong didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly stepped forward and said loudly, Senior brother Bai is right. Prince Zhong is involved in this matter. If we let him come and ask, it will be unfair. Master, please reconsider. At this moment, after being glared at by Bai Zhenmu, Tang Zhenan also reacted. After Liu Huarong finished speaking, he hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his fists. Master, it's true. Prince Zhong is a suspect. If we let him come and ask, it will be inappropriate. What's more, if we let an outsider ask about our sect's matters, it will be bad for our reputation if word gets out. After hearing Liu Huarong's words, Sun Xinjing didn't feel anything. However, after hearing Tang Zhenan's words, Sun Xinjing's heart suddenly moved. Tang Zhenan was right. If they let an outsider ask about Tianji sect's matters and word got out, It would definitely be bad for their reputation. For this kind of theft by their own sect's disciples, they should have kept it a secret and not let outsiders know. This was the right thing to do. Now that they let an outsider ask about it, it was indeed a little strange. Although these words made sense, Sun Xinjing still had some hesitation in his heart. The matter of the blueprint had not been resolved yet. If they didn't find it quickly, it would be too late for regrets once the blueprint got out. At that time, not only would they lose face, but their master's efforts would all go to waste. However, what should he choose? Should he let Zhong Meng ask about it, or should he slowly search for it himself? Although the bronze box was found in Zhong Laji's room, Sun Xinjing could already tell that Zhong Laji didn't intend to take out the blueprint. If Zhong Laji was also locked up in the Repentance Pavilion, what should he do if he still didn't say anything? The matter of the blueprint couldn't be delayed any longer. These few days, Sun Xinjing couldn't eat or sleep well, worrying about the blueprint. However, despite his worries, he still couldn't find the blueprint. At this thought, Sun Xinjing glanced at everyone in the hall, and finally, his gaze stopped on Zhong Meng. He had already made up his mind. Even if Zhong Meng was suspicious, he had to let him try. At this thought, Sun Xinjing looked at Zhong Meng and said slowly, "Prince Zhong, I've decided to let you ask about it." At this point, Sun Xinjing's tone paused. He suddenly sighed and continued in a low voice. "Prince Zhong, I hope you won't disappoint me." As soon as Sun Xinjing's voice fell, everyone present was stunned. Seeing Sun Xinjing's hesitant look, Zhong Meng thought that he wouldn't let him ask. As long as Sun Xinjing didn't let him ask, Zhong Meng didn't want to care about this matter anymore. After all, this was the matter of the South County branch, and it had nothing to do with him. If he forced himself to ask, even if he found the person who stole the blueprint, Sun Xinjing wouldn't be satisfied, and it wouldn't do him any good. Chapter 233. When Bai Jianmu heard Sun Xinjing's reply, his face turned pale with fright. Just now, when he saw Sun Xinjing's expression, he thought that he would agree to his request. However, he didn't expect the situation to take a turn for the worse. Sun Xinjing actually agreed to ask Zhong Meng about this matter. Seeing the situation develop like this, Bai Jianmu was only stunned for a moment before he hurriedly said loudly, "Master, you can't do this. If Prince Zhong and Zhong Laji are in cahoots, then he will definitely harm me. At that time, I won't be able to defend myself." After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Sun Xinjing's heart became lively again. However, in the blink of an eye, he made up his mind again. After so long, the blueprint still hadn't been found. If he didn't think of a way and an accident happened, that would be the worst thing that could happen. Although the situation that Bai Jianmu mentioned could happen, Sun Xinjing felt that he was sitting at the side. If such a situation really happened, he would definitely correct it in time. Therefore, Sun Xinjing made up his mind again. He turned his head to look at Zhong Meng and nodded slightly. Zhong Meng could start now. Seeing that Sun Xinjing trusted him, Zhong Meng felt a little grateful. Although this old man didn't have any ideas, he was quite good at reading people. Thinking of this, Zhong Meng looked at Sun Xinjing and said in a low voice, "Branch leader Sun, don't worry. I will definitely help you find the blueprint." After saying this, Zhong Meng turned his head to look at Bai Jianmu and said with a smile, "Bai Jianmu, since your master has agreed to let me ask about it, you should retreat outside the door. Remember, before I ask you, you can't say anything or come in to talk." After saying this, Zhong Meng waved his hand towards Bai Jianmu. "Well, you can leave now." After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Bai Jianmu's expression changed, but it soon returned to normal. He snorted and turned to look at his master. After seeing that Sun Xinjing had nothing else to say, he walked out of the door. Bai Jianmu closed the door and stood with his back against the room. Bai Jianmu sneered when he felt the wall behind him. This Prince Zhong was still too young. With his martial arts, even if he stood outside the door, he could easily hear the conversation inside. This was something that Prince Zhong would never have thought of. Moreover, he had already made it very clear to Liu Huarong. If someone asked, what should he say? They didn't leave the room until Liu Huarong had memorized everything. Therefore, Bai Jianmu wasn't worried about Zhong Meng's question. What he needed to worry about was that Zhong Meng definitely had an ulterior motive. After seeing Bai Jianmu walk out of the room, he turned to look at Liu Huarong. After a while, he suddenly asked, Liu Huarong, let me ask you. Where did Bai Jianmu find this bronze box? After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Liu Huarong's heart, which had been hanging in the air, was slightly relieved. He immediately answered. He took it out from under third senior brother's bed. Zhong Meng nodded. Is that so? Then let me ask you. Did you take out the bronze box or did Bai Jianmu take it out personally? After hearing Zhong Meng's questions, Liu Huarong was completely relieved. The two of them had already discussed these questions and gave the best testimony before leaving the room. It was third senior brother who took out the bronze box. After hearing Liu Huarong's answer, Zhong Meng nodded again and asked, when Bai Jianmu took out the bronze box, what were you doing? After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Liu Huarong's face couldn't help but change. Because, the two of them really didn't talk about this question. At that time, when they were in the room, they were afraid that the two's testimony would be different, so they compared their testimony in detail. In order to be accurate, the position of the box, and even the angle of the box, they were very detailed. However, they didn't say what Liu Huarong was doing when Bai Jianmu took out the bronze box. What was he doing? Liu Huarong was a little nervous. For a moment, he actually couldn't speak. Seeing that Liu Huarong didn't answer, Zhong Meng raised his voice a little and asked, Liu Huarong, weren't you in the room at that time? After hearing this, Liu Huarong hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, I was in the room. Zhong Meng said, since you were in the room, why didn't you answer my question? After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Liu Huarong gritted his teeth and said, at that time, I was standing behind Senior Bai. After hearing Liu Huarong's answer, Zhong Meng nodded. Oh, so you were behind him. Then let me ask you, were you behind Bai Jianmu on the left or the right? After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Liu Huarong felt a little bad. But now, he could only force a smile and said, I was on the left of Senior Bai. After hearing this, Zhong Meng nodded again. So, you were behind Bai Jianmu on the left. This should be correct, right? After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Liu Huarong's forehead broke out in cold sweat and he replied, yes. After hearing Liu Huarong's answer, Zhong Meng smiled and waved his hand at Liu Huarong. Okay, you stand aside first. Speaking of this, Zhong Meng paused for a moment, then continued, remember, when I ask Bai Jianmu later, you must not speak. Otherwise, you will be the person who stole the blueprint. Speaking of this, Zhong Meng shouted at the door again, Bai Jianmu, I'm done asking. You can come in. Bai Jianmu, who was standing outside the door, was a little confused after hearing Zhong Meng's shout. He had been standing outside the door, listening carefully, but he heard nothing. He even suspected that there was no one in the room. Everyone had left the room. After hearing Zhong Meng's shout, although Bai Jianmu didn't hear anything, he could only return to the room. Seeing that Bai Jianmu was already in front of him, Zhong Meng turned his head and said to Liu Huarong, turn your back to Bai Jianmu. After hearing Zhong Meng's words, Liu Huarong knew that things were not good. He glanced at his master subconsciously and asked in a low voice, Master. Before he could finish his words, Sun Xinjing waved his hand and interrupted him. Do as Prince Zhong says. Sun Xinjing naturally knew what Zhong Meng wanted to do. If Zhong Meng asked Bai Jianmu a question and Liu Huarong winked at Bai Jianmu or hinted something, then this question would be meaningless. After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Liu Huarong turned his back to Bai Jianmu helplessly. The moment he turned around, Liu Huarong felt a chill in his heart. At the same time, the remorse that had been suppressed spread again, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. If Bai Jianmu's answer didn't match his, then this farce about the bronze box would come to an end. Chapter 234. After Liu Huarong turned around, Zhong Meng turned to look at Bai Jianmu and asked calmly, Bai Jianmu, you said that the bronze box was found in Zhong Laji's room, right? Bai Jianmu nodded. Yes. Zhong Meng asked again, Bai Jianmu, let me ask you, where was the bronze box found in Zhong Laji's room? After listening to Zhong Meng's question, Bai Jianmu became a little impatient and answered loudly, didn't I just say that it was found under third senior brother's bed? Zhong Meng nodded. Yes, it was found under Zhong Laji's bed. Let me ask you, who found the bronze box? Bai Jianmu replied, I found the bronze box when I was searching under the bed. Zhong Meng nodded again and asked, Bai Jianmu, who took the bronze box out from under the bed? After listening to Zhong Meng's question, Bai Jianmu replied impatiently, It was me. When I was searching under the bed, I found the bronze box and took it out. Zhong Meng asked, Then, where was the bronze box under the bed when you found it? Hearing Zhong Meng's question, Bai Jianmu couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Regarding the location of the bronze box, he had already discussed it clearly with Liu Huarong. Therefore, after hearing Zhong Meng's question, he answered without hesitation, I found it on the left side under the bed. Zhong Meng asked, at that time, was the bronze box placed upright or upside down? Bai Jianmu had already thought of these questions that Zhong Meng asked. He didn't even think about it and answered, at that time, the bronze box was placed upright. Zhong Meng nodded and asked again, Then let me ask you, when you were looking for the bronze box, what was Liu Huarong doing? After hearing this question, Bai Jianmu was stunned for a moment. Then, he pretended to be a little annoyed and answered, At that time, when I was under the bed, how could I know what junior brother Liu was doing? Zhong Meng nodded. Bai Jianmu, you're right. When you were under the bed, you really didn't know what Liu Huarong was doing, because you couldn't see what he was doing either. At this point, Zhong Meng paused for a moment before continuing to ask. Since you couldn't see where Liu Huarong was when you were searching under the bed, then let me ask you, when you came out from under the bed, was Liu Huarong on the left or right opposite the bed? After hearing Zhong Meng's question, Bai Jianmu was stunned. Zhong Meng's question. As time was tight, the two of them really didn't study this question. More importantly, Bai Jianmu didn't expect Zhong Meng to come. If Zhong Meng didn't come, Bai Jianmu was sure that Sun Xinjing would never think of asking this question. As long as he had a witness, Bai Jianmu was sure that Sun Xinjing would definitely believe his words. However, he didn't expect that the person who asked this question was Zhong Meng. The thing that Bai Jianmu was most worried about had happened. How should he answer? Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu subconsciously looked at Liu Huarong, whose back was facing him, only to see that Liu Huarong's body was trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this scene, Bai Jianmu's heart suddenly moved. Could it be that Zhong Meng also asked Liu Huarong the same question? If that was the case, wasn't this a very important question? If his answer was different from Liu Huarong's, then wouldn't his plan be ruined? Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu's forehead also oozed cold sweat. How should he answer? How did Liu Huarong answer just now? This question kept going back and forth in Bai Jianmu's mind. Bai Jianmu was very clear about the consequences if he answered wrongly. He had painstakingly set up such a trap. Now, he had to rely on such a sentence to determine the winner with Yi Xian. If his answer was correct, then he would win this dispute. If his answer was wrong, then no matter how well he did in the past, there would be no chance of victory. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu became even more nervous. He couldn't help but think about which side Liu Huarong was on. How did Liu Huarong answer? At this moment, Bai Jianmu wasn't the only one who was nervous. Liu Huarong was even more nervous. This was because the question Zhong Meng asked him just now wasn't this question, but him. At that time, was he standing on the left or right behind Bai Jianmu? However, now that he was asking Bai Jianmu, it was the same. Was he standing on the left or right in front of Bai Jianmu? How should he answer this question? Thinking of this question, Liu Huarong was almost in despair. If Zhong Meng had asked Bai Jianmu the same question as he asked himself, then Bai Jianmu would have a 50% chance of guessing correctly. However, Zhong Meng didn't ask this question. Instead, he used a wrong question to test Bai Jianmu. If Bai Jianmu had followed Zhong Meng's words, then no matter whether Bai Jianmu answered that Liu Huarong was on the left or right, it would be wrong. This was because Liu Huarong's answer at that time was to stand behind Bai Jianmu on the left. However, this dispute had failed. Bai Jianmu wouldn't end well, and Liu Huarong wouldn't end well either. At this moment, Liu Huarong really regretted it. Why did he have to participate in this dispute? Why couldn't he just do what he wanted to do? Now, he was almost at a dead end. If he could do this all over again, Liu Huarong swore that he would never make such a choice again. He would definitely be an honest person and never participate in any disputes. However, this was just a thought in his heart because it had already happened. Since he had done it, he could only bear the consequences. At this moment, everyone in the hall was looking at Bai Jianmu. This was because when Zhong Meng asked Liu Huarong, everyone was listening at the side. At this moment, after hearing Zhong Meng's question, everyone's expression changed. They all looked at Bai Jianmu, wanting to hear how Bai Jianmu would answer. If Bai Jianmu didn't lie in the situation at that time, he should definitely know where Liu Huarong was standing. If Bai Jianmu didn't know, then it proved that he was lying. If it was proven that Bai Jianmu was lying, then this problem would be serious. Now, it wasn't like when everyone was discussing in the hall just now. At that time, everyone could accuse each other, but no one had any real evidence to prove their words. Therefore, everyone's accusation was just a passing remark. No one would take it seriously because no one had any real evidence. However, it was different now. The bronze box that contained the blueprint had appeared. Now, as long as they could prove who was lying, then they could naturally assume that he was the one who stole the blueprint. This was because the bronze box that contained the blueprint could only appear in the hands of the person who stole it. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.